Hey, slurts. Oh my god, who said that? I don't know where that came from. I'm so sorry. I am OMG, I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from. Oh my goodness. I apologize. I apologize. Anyway. Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey guys. So you hate us. No. No, that's not. It's me. I'm the slur. You are a slur. I've been looking forward to this all week. Are you guys locked in? Are we so excited? Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So if you guys don't know, today is the 5 hour stream. Okay, so we're gonna be doing this for 5 hours reading the Hunger Games. Um, that being said, there'll probably be moments where we have like a little intermission to get dinner. I mean, Anna has like their coffee. Anna has ate their food. Anna's so locked in. Anna is already prepared. Okay, so I'm so locked in, excited for the book reading. Listen, and if things all go well today as well, potentially more book club. I also don't know if you guys noticed, but I did my hair like Katniss. There's also a great I got cookies. What kind of cookies? There's also something that I want to show you guys when we get into game two. That everybody has a character. Everybody is dressed up. If you guys saw the picture on Twitter, I'm just saying. So like kind of ate, kind of cooked. You know, we're excited. We're all in character for this, so it's really funny. It's gonna end at 5 a.m. for me. Keep me in mind as I rest in peace. Mm, Listen, maybe soon we can do another 5 hour stream, maybe. But all of that aside, I do want to quickly have a more serious topic of conversation. Before we jump into everything that we're doing, I do have two commands up, which is exclamation mark Palestine and exclamation mark California. Please, please, please use those commands if you are not aware or of what is going on in the world. Please, there you go. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. Um, if you are not aware, please click the card info. It'll give you information. This goes for both of them, by the way, of the situations that are going on. It'll give you fundraisers, how you can help. If you aren't able to donate money, uh, it's very, very sad about what is going on in the world. And this is how I'm going to help is use my platform. I think it's so incredibly important for creators to be using their platform in any way that they can. Um, it is important because I saw some discourse online as well, like about certain creators not using their platform. You guys should be urging creators to use their platform, and the fact that people don't use their platform or claim that they don't know about what's going on is fucking bullshit. And if they don't know, then that is a privilege, and you call out people for having privilege. It is so incredibly fair and valid. It's understandable that you are hurt. Be angry, be upset. Get those bigger creators to spread awareness for what is going on. It is important for people to help others speak up. And that is something that I want to do here on my platform is give other people a chance to speak up on the things that is hard to spread out because again the media hides this stuff. So it is great when other creators speak up against it. Yes. Also, if anyone protests, please keep yourself safe. Turn your facial recognition and fingerprints and access on your phone off. Hide your face. Do not engage in conversations with officers. Look up how to protect yourselves from tear gas. Yes. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. It is very important to keep yourself safe. You know, yes. But if there's anything in particular that needs to be spoken up about that I have not spoken up as a creator myself, please let me know. If not through my comment section, if not through here, through my DMs. If you guys are too scared to reach me personally, you can reach out my mods. Mods, if you're here, please say hi. Please say hi so people can know as well. But yeah, I just want to use my platform. No, Bell as well. the fuck? Thank you, Bells. Thank you, Yale. Thank you, Abby. Anna. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys so greatly. But yeah, if there's anything ever, please feel free to reach out to me. I want to be able having a platform is a privilege, and I think other creators need to know that too. Other creators need to start speaking up because not speaking up, it's kind of fucking shitty. So I'm gonna say here first. I don't really care. That being said, um, let's the Hunger Games. Listen, I have been doing rewatching the movies. It's very surreal. I can understand if people need a moment to take a step away and take a break. No one's gonna fault you for that. So if things get too real for you because of everything that is going on being compared to real life events, please do what you need to do to keep yourself safe. Okay? That's what I wanted to say. But please use those commands. Keep yourself educated. Let me know if there's anything that I can do for you. And that's what I'll say. Hi, thank you. Thank you, Kayla. Thank you. Okay. I think people are waiting for us. So let me see. Hello?
Oh my god, hey.
Hello,
Oh, hi.
hi. Oh, hello,
Hello?
guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh my god, hey.
Oh my goodness. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, goodness, it's so dark in this place. Guys, we need to turn on some lights. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Yale Malark.
Yes,
Thank you,
of
Yale
course.
Malark.
Of course.
Oh, thank you
Take
for the
some,
bread.
take some bread.
Thank you. Bro, my
Yes.
God. Well, isn't that ironic that you're giving
I'm
me
using the
fucking bread?
stove. Listen.
Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Violet over here, random District 12 district, well, what are you? What district are you from?
Let's
Random
just
tribute? Thank you,
random tribute.
random tribute.
We never saw.
Hello,
Thank
lady.
you for your service.
Wow. I'll light the fire. We'll get cozy.
Oh,
Oh, your bread, Peta. Lucy Gray.
Oh.
Mel Gray Baird.
Hello.
Rafa Snow.
damn.
Oh goodness. Wow. What is wrong with you? He would do this shit. Wow.
Hoff is really getting into character.
He really
I'm
is.
really enjoying this a little bit too much.
Oh, look at that.
A no. So we thought, oh my god, we got Buttercup. We should get Lady. Lady's a
Oh,
screaming goat.
Lady is a screaming
So-
goat, unfortunately. The
Lady
cat's
is a
over
screaming
here. Anna is Primrose Everdeen. Yeah. Anna Rose Everdeen. I am Ryan Everdeen.
We're just giving the laugh there.
Oh, that
And
explains the
Bells
good
is,
then, yeah.
Bells
Bells is
in the trees and in the breeze.
yes.
Oh, shit.
Bells is Olivia Rodrigo.
Oh, no.
Oh god.
I'm just being honest, man. Are you guys ready to log in for 5 hours? Woo!
Yeah.
Blocking Ryan, actually,
I'm
Bells,
terrified, but you know what?
Oh my god, we must give the people what they want. And
I got
then
a book.
yeah, so Anna does have a book. So also we will be doing we're gonna be treating this like an actual book club. Like we're gonna be answering questions. We're gonna be talking about after the chapter's done. Yeah. Chat can give their opinions. Yeah.
I'm gonna have chat. I have Minecraft and I have stream and read chat.
Yes. Great, amazing, so wonderful, so talented.
Listen, am I the best reader? No, but we're gonna give it a good go.
Okay,
And the goat's
And the goat is going to be screaming at times, okay?
I feel like Lady might
Why didn't-
be.
We have to check.
Lady might need to go on a trip upstate at some point.
We are upstate!
Further upstate.
What are you gonna do? I mean, like, if anyone's hungry, you know?
Downstate, yeah. Lady's going down. Okay, are we ready?
Chat, are you ready? Like, oh?
Everyone got. Oh, Jesus. Everyone got treats.
Kayla said no.
Water.
Belle said no.
I got chicken rice. So.
Oh, that sounds good.
I have coffee in a dream.
Lightning said,
I need to drink. Let's go.
Of course, lightning is locked in.
Yeah.
Of course, lightning.
yeah. I am so ready! They're ready.
Okay, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I'm
Hunger
scared.
Games. Part The Tributes. Chapter 1. When I woke up, the other. Jesus fucking Christ. Gotta get this goat out of here, bro. I can't.
You wanted the goat!
I give up. People doing this. Listen. Listen. Everyone look away. Everyone look away.
I got
I
this.
can. You got this? Yeah, you got this.
Oh.
I think you made it more angry.
That's embarrassed. There you go.
I did that.
There you go. Anyway, who did that? Not us.
Katniss Everdeen did it.
A hunter extraordinaire.
Okay, continue.
Okay. Part 1 The Tributes. Chapter 1. When I wake up, the other side of the bed is cold. My fingers stretch out, seeking Prim's warmth, but finding only the rough canvas cover of the mattress. She must have had bad dreams and climbed in with our mother. Of course she did. This is the day of the reaping. I prop myself up on one elbow. There's them. My little sister Prim, curled up on her side, in my mother's body, their cheeks pressed together. In sleep, my mother looks younger, still worn but not so beaten down. Prim's face is as fresh as a raindrop, as lovely as the primrose for which she was named. My ones too, or so they tell me. Sitting at Prim's knees, guarding her, is the world's ugliest cat. Mashed-in nose, half of one ear missing, eyes the color of rotting squash. Prim named him Buttercup, insisting that his muddy yellow coat matched the bright flower. He hates me. Trusts me. Even though it was years ago, I think he still remembers how I tried to drown him in a bucket when Prim brought him home. Scrawny kitten, belly swollen with worms, crawling with fleas. The last thing I needed was another mouth to... But Prim begged so hard, cried even, I had to let him stay. It turned out okay. My mother got rid of the vermin and he's a born mouser, even catches the occasional rat. Sometimes, when I clean a kill, I feed Buttercup the entrails. He has stopped hissing at me. This is the closest we will ever come to love. I swing my legs off the bed and slide into my hunting boot, supple leather that is molded to my feet. I pull on trousers, a shirt, tuck my long dark braid into a cap, and grab my forage bag. On the table, under a wooden bowl to protect it from hungry rats and cats alike, sits a perfect little goat cheese wrapped in basil leaves, Prim's gift to me on reaping day. I put the cheese carefully in my pocket as I slip outside. Our part of District 12, nicknamed the Seam, is usually crawling with coal miners heading out to the morning shift at this hour. Men and women with hunched shoulders, swollen knuckles, many who have long since stopped trying to scrub the coal dust from their broken nails or the lines in their sunken faces. The black cinder streets are empty. Shutters on the squat gray houses are closed. The reaping isn't until may as well sleep in if you can. Our house is on the edge of the Seam. I only have to pass a few gates to reach the scruffy field called the meadow. Separating the meadow from the woods, in fact enclosing all of District 12, is a high fence topped with barbed wire loops. In theory, it's supposed to be electrified 24 hours to the predators that live in the woods. Packs of wild dogs, cougars, bears that used to threaten our streets. But since we're lucky to get 2 or 3 hours of electricity in the evenings, it's usually safe to touch. Also, hold, give me a second, my sound off. uh, Even so, I always take a moment to listen carefully for the hum that means the fence is live. Right now, it's silent as a stone. Concealed by a clump of bushes, I flatten out on my belly and slide under a stretch that's been loose for years. There are several other weak spots on the fence, but this one is so close to home, I almost always enter the woods here. As soon as I'm in the trees, I retrieve a bow and arrow from a hollow log. Electrified or not, the fence has been successful at keeping the flesh eaters out of District 12. Inside the woods, they roam freely, and there are added concerns like venomous snakes, rabid animals, and no real paths to follow. But there's also food if you know how to. My father knew, and he taught me some before he was blown to bits in a mine explosion. There was nothing even to bury. I was 11. 5 years later, I still wake up screaming for him to run. Even though trespassing in the woods is illegal and poaching carries the severest of penalties, more people would risk it if they had weapons, but most are not bold enough to venture out with just a knife. My bow is a rarity, crafted by my father along with a few others that I keep well hidden in the woods, carefully wrapped in waterproof covers. My father could have made good money selling them, but if the officials found out, he would have been publicly executed for inciting a rebellion. Most of the peacekeepers turn a blind eye to the few of us who hunt because they're as hungry for fresh meat as anybody is. In fact, they're among our best customers. But the idea that someone might be arming the seam would never have been allowed. In the fall, a few brave souls sneak into the woods to harvest apples, but always inside of the meadow, always close enough to run back to the safety of District 12 if trouble arises. District 12, where you can starve to death, I mutter. Then I glance quickly over my shoulder. Even here in the middle of nowhere, you worry someone might overhear you. When I was younger, I scared my mother to the things I would say, the things I would blurt out about District 12, about the people who rule our country, Panem, from the far-off city called the capital. Eventually, I understood that this would only lead us to more trouble. I had to hold my tongue and my features into an indifferent mask so that no one could ever read my thoughts. Do my work quietly in school, make only polite small talk in the public market, discuss little more than trades in the hob, which is the black market where I make most of my money. Even at home, where I am less pleasant, I avoid discussing tricky topics, like the reaping, or food shortages, or the Hunger Games. Prim might begin to repeat my words, and then where would we be? In the woods awaits the only person I can be myself, Gale. I can feel the muscles in my face relaxing, my pace quickening as I climb the hills to our place, a rock ledge overlooking a valley. A thicket of berry bushes protects it from unwanted eyes. The sight of him waiting there brings on a smile. Gale says I never smile except in the woods. Hey, Catnip, says Gale. My real name is Katniss, but when I first told him, I'd barely whispered it, so he thought I'd said catnip. Then, when this crazy Link started following me around the woods looking for handouts, it became me. I finally had to kill the lynx because he scared off game. I almost regretted it because he wasn't bad company, but I got a decent price from his pelt. Look what I shot. Gale holds up a loaf of bread with an arrow stuck in it, and I laugh. It's real bakery bread, not the flat, dense loaves we make from our grain rations. Take it in my hands, pull out the arrow, and hold a puncture in the crust to my nose, inhaling the fragrance that makes my mouth flood with saliva. Fine bread like this is for special occasions. Still warm, I say. He must have been at the bakery at the crack of dawn to trade for it. What did it cost you? Just a squirrel. Think the old man has been feeling sentimental this morning, says Gale. Even wish me luck. Well, we all feel a little closer today, don't we? I say, not even bothering to roll my eyes. Prim left us a cheese. I pull it out. His expression brightens at the treat. Thank you, Prim. We'll have a real feast. Suddenly he falls into a capital accent as he mimics Effie Trinket, the maniacally upbeat woman who
I
arrives once
didn't
a
mean
year
to
to read out the
say
names
that
of
I
everything.
ate him.
I almost
I
forgot.
didn't
Happy
mean
Hunger
it.
Games. He plucks a few blackberries from the bushes around us. And may the odds. He tosses a berry in a high arch towards me. I catch it in my mouth and break the delicate skin with my teeth. The sweet tartness explodes across my tongue. Be ever in your favor. I finish with equal verve. We have to joke about it because the alternative is to be scared out of your wits. Besides, the capital accent is so
Let's just sum it
effective.
up what you
Almost
missed.
anything
Katniss
sounds
have a
funny with it.
sister
I
cat
watch as
named
Gale pulls out
Prim.
his knife and
Prim
slices the
have
bread.
goat.
He
Katniss
could be
don't
my
like
brother.
cat. Go
Straight black
useful. We
hair,
met
olive
Gale.
skin. We even
I
have the
mean,
same gray eyes.
cannibalism is about
But we're
a
not
choice
related,
universe
at least
like
not
Hunger
closely.
Games.
Most of the families who work the mines resemble one another this way. That's why my mother and Prim, with their light hair and blue eyes,
We know
always
not
look out of place. They are.
Listen,
My
I
mother's
just read
parents
what
were
you
part of a
said.
small merchant class that caters to officials, peacekeepers, and the occasional scene customer. They ran an apothecary shop in the nicer part of District 12. Since almost no one can afford doctors, apothecaries are our
I
healers.
didn't mean to say
My
that
father
I
got to
ate
know my
him.
mother because on his hunts he would sometimes collect medicinal herbs and sell them to her shop to be brewed into remedies. She must have really
I
loved
didn't
him to
mean to
leave her
say
home for
it.
the scene. I tried to remember that when all I can see is
Kayla,
the
I
woman
will
who
take your
sat
tar
by,
away.
blank and unreachable, while her children turned to skin and bones.
I accidentally
I
said
tried
that
to
I was
forgive her for my
gonna
father's sake,
that
but
I
to be
ate
honest, I'm
Gale.
not the forgiving type. Gail spreads the bread slices with a soft goat cheese, carefully placing a basil leaf on each while I strip the bushes of their berries. We settle back in a nook in the rocks.
Mike.
From this place, we are invisible, but have a clear view of the valley, which is teeming with summer life, greens to gather, roots to dig,
Well, I
fish
will take
iridescent
your
in the
star.
sunlight. The day is glorious with a blue sky and soft breeze. The food's wonderful, with the cheese seeping into the warm bread and the berries bursting in our mouths. Everything would
Just
be
being
perfect if
honest.
this was really a holiday.
No, you can't.
If
Yes,
all the
I
day
can.
off meant was roaming the mountains with Gale, hunting for tonight's supper. But instead, we have to be standing at the square at 2 o'clock, waiting for our names to be called out.
Eating him away
We could
of
do it, you know,
removing one of
Gale
the
says
problems.
quietly. What?
You're
I ask.
so right, Chloe.
Leave the district, run off, live in the woods? You and I, we could make it, says Gale. I don't know how to respond. The idea is so preposterous.
Oh, wait,
If we
hold
didn't
on.
have
This
so many
reminds me.
kids, he adds quickly. They're not our kids, of course, but they may as well be. Gale's 2 little brothers and a sister, Prem, and you might as well throw in our
Let me
mothers too,
change the
because how would they live
sub-goal.
without us? Who would fill those mouths that are always asking for more? With both of us hunting daily, there are still nights when game has to be swapped for lard or shoelaces or wool. Still nights when we go to bed with our stomachs growling. I never want to have kids, I say. I might, if I didn't live here, says Gale. But you do, I say, irritated. Forget it, he snaps back. The conversation feels all wrong. Leave? How could I leave Prim, who is the only person in the world I'm certain I love? And Gale is devoted to his family. We can't leave, so why bother talking about it? And even if we did, where did all this stuff about having kids come from?
Thank you.
There's never been anything romantic between Gale and me. When we met, I was a skinny 12-year-old, and although he was only 2 years older, he already looked like a man. It took a long time for us to even become friends, to stop haggling out over every trade and helping each other out. Besides, if
I
he
spelled
wants kids,
Sabathong wrong.
Gale won't have any trouble finding a wife. He's good looking, he's strong enough to handle the work in the mines, and he can hunt.
I
You
spelled
can tell by the way the
Sabathong
girls
wrong,
whisper
my
about him
bad.
when he walks
I'm
by
not
in
changing
school that
it.
they
It's
want
gonna
him.
stay like
It
that.
makes me jealous, but not for the reason people would think. Good hunting partners are hard to
Thank
come
you
by.
again, Liz. I appreciate you
What do
so
you want
much.
to do?
Thank
I
you,
ask.
thank
We
you.
can hunt, fish, or gather.
Thank you.
Let's
Thank
fish
you
at
for
the
the
lake.
sub.
We can leave our tools and gather in the woods. Get something nice for tonight, he says. Tonight, after the reaping, everyone is supposed to celebrate. And a lot of people do, out of relief that their children have been spared for another year.
Hey, Candace, can you
But at
leave your
least
entire
2 families will
Yeah, like
pull
the fuck?
their shutters, lock their doors, and try to figure out how they will survive the painful weeks to come. We make out well. The predators ignore us in a day where easier, tastier prey abounds. By late morning, we have a dozen fish, a bag of greens, and best of all, a gallon of strawberries. I found the patch a few years ago, but Gail had the idea to string mesh nets around it to keep out the animals. On the way home, we swing by the Hob, the black market that operates in an abandoned warehouse that once held coal. When they come up with a more efficient system that transported the coal directly from the mines to the trains, the Hob gradually took over the space. Most businesses are closed by this time on
Sorry,
reaping
guys, are
day,
you
but
guys
the black
listening?
market's still fairly busy. We
You guys
easily
better
trade
be
6
paying
of the fish
attention.
for
I'm
good
just gonna
bread,
be
the
asking
other 2 for
questions.
salt. Greasy Say, the bony old lady who sells bowls of hot soup from a large kettle, takes half the greens off our hands in exchange for a couple of chunks of paraffin. We might do a tad better elsewhere,
Okay,
but we make an
I'll
effort to
stop
keep on good
talking.
terms with Greasy Say. She's the only one who can consistently be counted on to buy a wild dog. We don't hunt them on purpose, but if you're attacked and you take out a dog or 2, well, meat is meat. Once it's in the soup, I'll
Tiempo,
call it beef,
you better
Greasy Say says with a wink.
be
No one in the
keeping
scene would
notes.
turn up their nose at a good leg of wild dog, but the peacekeepers who come to the Hob can afford to be a little choosier.
Write that down,
When we
write that down.
finish our business at the market, we go to the back door of the mayor's house to sell half the strawberries, knowing he has a particular fondness for them and can afford our price. The mayor's daughter, Madge, opens the
Insert
door. She's in
might
a
write
year at
that
school.
down emoji.
Being the mayor's daughter, you'd expect her to be a snob, but she's alright. She just keeps to herself, like me. Since neither of us really
Ryan,
has a
I think
group
you're
of
bad at
friends,
being
we seem to
quiet.
end up together a lot at school.
Fine.
Eating lunch, sitting next to each other at assemblies, partnering for sports activities. We rarely talk, which suits us both just fine. Today her drab school outfit has been replaced by an expensive white dress, and her blonde hair is done up with a pink ribbon. Reaping clothes. Pretty dress, says Gale. Matt shoots him a look, trying to see if it's a genuine compliment or if he's just being ironic. It is a pretty dress,
There's an ad that's
but
about to
she would never
play.
be wearing it
Ha ha
ordinarily.
ha ha!
She presses her lips together and then smiles. Well, if I end up going to the capital, I want to look nice, don't I?
You better eat your
Now
ads.
it's Gale's turn
Eat
to be
them ads.
confused.
Eat them
Does she
ads.
mean it,
Eat
or
them
is she
up.
just
Eat them
messing
up.
with
Eat
him?
them up.
I'm guessing the second. You won't be going to the
Ryan
capital,
Channel
says
went
Gale
to
coolly.
shush lightning.
His eyes land on a
I
small
like when Ryan
circular
speaks.
pin that adorns her dress. Real gold, beautifully crafted. Keep a family
Shut
in
up,
dread
lightning.
for months.
Give me time out, lightning.
What can you have? 5 entries? I had 6 when I was just 12 years old. That's not her fault, I say. No, it's no one's fault. Just the way it is, says Gale. Madge's face has become closed off. She puts the money for the berries in my hand. Good luck, Katniss. You too, I say, and the
As
door
you're about to play in
closes.
10 seconds.
Oh. There's ads? We hold for ad. We hold for ad.
Oh yeah, there is ads. There's ads. There's ads.
We hold for ad.
There's a Oh my god, that's I'm down lightning. Dead. Liz.
Okay, we take the ads as a little break. What's everyone feeling as of yet?
How's everyone feeling? They're mad. Well, Lightning got mad at me because I wouldn't stop talking. So then I told them to time out Lightning.
As long as you're paying attention, Ryan, because if my ass is reading this and you're not paying attention,
I am.
there will be a quiz at the end of the
Listen,
chapter.
I am paying attention. I'm making sure that they're paying attention.
I'm good. Good.
Yeah, yeah.
good.
They're all taking notes. Okay, ad
Good.
started.
Good.
We wait for 1 minute and 53 seconds.
I'm gonna take the time.
Oh my
the ads
god!
are
So
rolling,
so
talk
something
about
that
how
actually
much
did
I-
happen was that
Oh.
Belle said that something about Gale. I went to say that I hate Gale, but instead of saying hate, I said I ate Gale, and so that was a whole thing for a moment. Yeah. Yeah, so Gale is technically food now.
Dude, I'm just happy we got to meet Madge. That was the most annoying. I hated that they cut Madge from the movies.
Yeah, why did they do that? And like
No one fucking knows.
and like Peeta's bestie.
Yeah, they cut Dele. Yeah, can we talk about the moving into the forest? Like, here's the thing. It's interesting, right? Because, I mean, I think so if Katniss is... We need to remember this. If Katniss is 16 years old, Gale is 18. This is his last year. If it was my last year before if it was my last year before the Hunger Games, I also would I'd be like, yeah, no, let's move to the woods. Yeah, that is. Oh yeah, ooh.
That is so
knowing
gross.
what's coming.
That is so gross. Hi, Mario. I really hate Gale. I think the book. I do. Am I gonna hate Gale 10 times more?
Yes.
I am.
Gale in the movies is made a lot more palatable than Gale in the books.
Really?
Gale in the books is insufferable.
Really?
He's fucking insufferable.
Wow.
You don't really see it until much later in the series. Like in Catching Fire, it's very apparent.
OMG, thank you so much for the get the sub list. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you, Liz.
Oh.
But no, Katniss is a very Katniss is blatantly autistic. Everyone is peer reviewed. Katniss is autistic. Also, Katniss, God bless her as a narrator. I'm not gonna spoil it, but you start to realize, girl don't know what's happening at any point.
Girl don't know. Girl don't know.
No, she doesn't know. She doesn't know.
She really doesn't know. She doesn't know
She doesn't know.
so much. Also, I'm just gonna take the time to start organizing stuff while we're doing this.
Also, it's kind of crazy that there are people that are watching that have this is literally their first introduction to the books. Like, I knew it was Ryan's and Hoffa's, but I hope I'm doing my best, guys. I hope it's, like, decent.
It's good. You're doing great. You're doing great, sweetie.
But
I just said, look, this is a lot of people's first introduction to the books. I hope I'm doing okay.
no, you're doing amazing. Lightning even said that you should like what's it call it? Start a audiobook and read the books.
Listen, if this goes really well and we continue, at the end, y'all just do, like, someone sit down and do a supercut. Just, like, sit down and do a supercut of the audiobook and just, like, put it together, and that's your new
Oh,
Hungarian
FG Moo's
audiobook.
here. Do you guys know them?
FG Moo!
Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, is the friend.
Oh, friend. Okay.
Hi, FG Moo. I love you, FG Moo.
It's good morning time. Did you just wake up? I think Moo just woke up.
Time, that's crazy. Thank you.
Yes.
That's crazy. Oh my god, my new career.
To be fair, I also prefer Anna over audiobooks. Like, if anyone's gonna get me to read a book, it's gonna have to be Anna, and it's gonna be Anna reading it to me.
Also, I just realized we're gonna get through a lot of this book tonight, gang.
Yeah, it's only been 36 minutes.
Through a lot of this book.
Oh.
I will say, the first chapter, there's a lot of exposition. Could be more, though, because, again, Katniss only registers that are immediately relevant to her. So, it could be worse.
I'm excited. Oh yeah, ads are done.
Continue.
Yeah.
Let's continue. Okay. Good luck, Katniss. You
Everyone
too,
listen.
I say, and the door closes. We walk towards the seam in silence. I don't like that Gale took a dig at Madge, but he's right, of course. The reaping system is unfair, with the poor getting the worst of it. You become eligible for the reaping the day you turn 12. That year is entered once. At 13, twice. And so on until you reach the age of 18, the final year of eligibility, when your name into the pool 7 times. That's true for every citizen in all 12 districts in the entire country of Panem. But here's the catch. Say you're poor and starving as we were. You can opt to add your name in more times in exchange for tesserae. Each tesserae is a meager year's supply of grain and oil for one person. You may do this for each of your family members as well. So at the age of 12, I had my name entered 4 times. Once because I had to, and 3 times for tesserae for grain and oil for myself, Prem, and my mother. In fact, every year I have needed to do this, and the entries are cumulative. So now, at the age of 16, my name will be in the reaping 20 times. Gale, who is 18 and has been either helping or single-handedly feeding a family of 5 for 7 years, will have his name in 42 times. You can see why someone like Madge, who has never been at risk of needing a tessera, can set him off. The chance of her name being drawn is very slim compared to those of us who live in the seam. Not impossible, but slim. And even though the rules were set up by the capital, not the districts, certainly not Madge's family, it's hard not to resent those who don't have to sign up for tesserae. Gale knows his anger at Madge is misdirected. On other days, deep in the woods, I've listened to him rant about how the Tesserae are just another tool to cause misery in our district, a way to plant hatred between the starving workers of the seam and those who can generally count on supper and thereby ensure we can never trust one another. It's the capital's advantage to have us divided amongst ourselves, he might say, if there were no ears to hear him but mine, if it wasn't reaping day, if a girl with a golden pin and no tesserae had not made what I'm sure she thought was a harmless comment. As we walk, I glance over at Gale's face, still smoldering underneath his stony expression. His
Smoldering.
rages seem pointless to me, although I
Ew.
never say so. It's not that I don't agree with him, I do, but what good is yelling about the capital in the middle of the woods? It doesn't change anything. It doesn't make things fair. It doesn't fill our stomachs. In fact, it scares off the nearby game. I let him yell, though. Better he
Like
does
a
it in the woods than in the
Giga
district.
smoldering? That's a good
Gale and I
question.
divide our
Write that
spoils,
question
leaving
down
2
for the
fish,
end.
a couple of loaves of good
Worse.
bread, greens, a quart of
No.
strawberries, salt, paraffin, and a bit of money for each. See you in the square, I say. Wear something pretty, he says flatly. At home, I find my mother
Wear
and sister are ready to
something
go.
pretty?
My mother wears a fine dress from her apothecary days. Prim is in my first reaping outfit, a skirt and ruffled. It's a bit big on her, but my mother has made it stay
Disgusting.
with pins. Even so, she's having trouble keeping the blouse tucked in the back. A tub of warm water
Penelope
awaits me.
is my kitty.
I scrub off the dirt and sweat from the woods and even hair. To my surprise, my mother has laid out one of her own lovely dresses for me, a soft blue thing with matching shoes. Are you sure? I ask. I'm trying to get past rejecting offers of help from her. For a while I was so angry I wouldn't allow her to do anything. And this is something special. Her clothes from her past are very precious to her. Of course, let's put your hair up too, she says. I let her towel dry it and braid it up on my head. I can hardly recognize myself in the cracked mirror that leans against the wall. You look beautiful, says Prim in a hushed voice. And nothing like myself, I say. I hug her because I know these next few hours will be terrible for her. Her first reaping. She's about as safe as you can get since she's only entered once. I wouldn't let her Tesserae, but she's worried about me. Unthinkable might happen. I protect Prim in every way I can, but I'm powerless against the reaping. The anguish I always feel when she's in pain wells up in my chest and threatens to register on my face. I notice her blouse is pulled out of her shirt in the back
Kayla.
again, and I force myself to stay calm. Tuck your tail in, little duck, I say, smoothing the blouse back in place. Prim gives me a small quack. Back yourself, I say with a light laugh. The
Little
kind only
baby,
Prim.
little baby.
Come on, let's eat, I say, and I plant a quick kiss on the top of it. The fish and greens are already cooking in a stew, but that'll be. We decide to save the strawberries and bakery bread for this evening's meal to make it special, we say. Instead, we drink from Prim's goat lady and eat the rough bread made from the tessera grain. No one has much
What?
appetite
Did I
anyway.
say that?
At 1 o'clock, we head for the square. Attendance is mandatory unless you're on death's door. This evening, officials will come around and check to see if this is the case. If not, you'll be imprisoned. It's too bad, really, that they hold the reaping in the square, one of the few places in District 12 that can be pleasant. The square is surrounded by shops, and on public market days, especially if there's good weather, it has a holiday feel to it. But today, despite the bright banners hanging on the buildings, there's an air of mess. The camera crews, perched like buzzards on rooftops, only add to the effect. People file in silently and sign in. The reaping is a good opportunity for the capital to keep population as well. 12 through 18-year-olds are herded into the roped areas marked off by ages, the oldest in the front, the younger ones, like Prim, towards the back. Family members line up the perimeter, holding tightly his hands. But there are others, too, who have no one they love at stake, or who no longer care, who slip among the crowd, taking bets on the 2 kids whose names will be drawn. Odds are giving on their ages, whether their will break down and weep. Most refuse dealing with the racketeers, but carefully, carefully. These same people tend to be informers, and who hasn't broken the law? I could be shot on a daily basis for hunting, but the appetites of those in charge protect me. Everyone can claim the same. Anyway, Gale and I agree that if we have to choose between dying of hunger and a bullet in the head, the bullet will be much quicker.
Mm-hmm.
The space gets tighter, more claustrophobic as people arrive.
Tiempo?
The square is quite large, but not enough to hold District 12's population of about 8,000. Latecomers are directed to the adjacent streets where they can watch the event on screens as it's televised live by the state. I find myself standing in a clump of 16s from the scene. We all exchange terse nods, then focus our attention on the
Oh,
temporary stage that is set up before
I
the
thought
Justice
something
Building.
happened.
It holds 3 chairs, a podium, and 2 long balls. One for the boys, one for the girls. I stare at the paper slip in the girls' ball. 20 of them have Katniss Everdeen written on them in careful handwriting. 2 of the 3 chairs fill with Madge's father, Mayor Undersea, who's a tall, balding man, and Effie, District 12's escort, fresh from the capital with her scary white
Effie!
grin, pinkish hair, and spring green suit. They murmur to each other and then look with concern at the empty seat. Just as the town clock strikes 2, sets up on the podium and begins to read. It's the same story every year. He
Jimbo,
tells the
you need to
story of
learn to
Panem,
time
the
things
country
better.
that rose up out of the ashes of a place that was once called North America. He lists the disasters, the droughts, the storms, the fires, the encroaching seas that swallowed up so much of the land, the brutal war for what little sustenance remained. The result was Panem, a capital ringed by 13 districts, which brought peace and prosperity to its citizens. Then came the dark days, the uprising of the districts against the capital. 12 were defeated, the 13th obliterated. The Treaty of Treason gave us the new laws to guarantee peace, and, as our yearly reminder that days must never be repeated, it gave us the Hunger Games. The rules of the Hunger Games: in punishment for the uprising, each of the 12 districts must provide 1 girl and 1 boy called tributes to participate. The 24 tributes will be imprisoned in a vast outdoor arena that could hold anything from a burning desert to a frozen wasteland. Over a period of several weeks, the competitors must fight to the death. The last tribute standing wins. Taking the kids from our districts, forcing them to kill one another while we watch, this is the capital's way of reminding us how totally we are at their mercy, how little chance we would stand of surviving another rebellion. Whatever we're real message
She's
is
a
clear.
bit brainwashed,
Look
but we
how we
love
take your
her.
children and sacrifice them, and there's
Effie.
nothing you can do. If you lift a finger, it will destroy every last one of you, just as we did in District 13. To make it humiliating as well as the capital requires us to treat the Hunger Games as a festivity, a sport pitting every district against
That's a
the
good
others.
question. I don't know.
The last tribute alive receives the life of these back home, and their district will be showered with prizes. All year, the capital
Write
will
that
show the
question
winning
down for
district
Anna at the
gifts
end.
of grain and oil, and even delicacies like sugar, while the rest of us battle starvation. It is both a time for repentance and a time for thanks, intones the mayor. Then he reads the list of past District 12 victors. In 74 years, we have had exactly 2. Only one is still alive. Hamish Abernathy, a paunchy, middle-aged man, who at this moment appears hollering
Hamish!
something intelligible, staggers and falls into the 3rd chair. He's drunk. Very. The crowd responds with its token applause, but he's confused to give Effie Trinket a big hug, which she barely manages to fend off. The mayor looks distressed. Since all of this is being televised, now District 12 is the laughing stock of M, and he knows it. He quickly tries to pull the attention back to the reaping by introducing Effie Trinket. Bright and bubbly as ever, Effie Trinket trots to the podium and gives her signature, "Happy Hunger Games, and may the odds be ever in your favor." Her pink hair must be a
Effie.
wig because her curls have shifted slightly off center since her encounter with Hamish. She goes on a bit about what an honor it is to be here, although everyone knows she's just aching to get bumped up to a better district where they have proper victors, not drunks who molest you in front of the entire nation. Through the crowd, I spot Gale looking back at me with the ghost of a smile. As reapings go, this one at least has had a slight entertainment factor.
Effie Trinket
suddenly
is
I'm
such a
thinking
cunty name. No, it is.
2 names in that big glass ball, and how the odds are not in his favor. Not compared to a lot of the boys. And maybe he's thinking the same thing about me because his face darkens and he turns away. But there are still thousands of slips. I wish I could whisper to him. It's time for the drawing. Effie Trinket says, as she always does, "Ladies first," and ball with the girls' names. She reaches in, deep into the ball, and pulls out a slip of name. The crowd draws in a collective breath, and then you can hear a pin drop, and I'm feeling nauseous and so desperately hoping that it's not me, that it's not me, that it's not me. Effie Trinket comes back to the podium, smooths the slip of paper, and reads out the name in a clear voice. And it's not me. It's Primrose Everdeen. And that's chapter 1.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that was crazy. Oh my god, I didn't know that it was like that. Oh my god, I wasn't expecting. It wasn't me. It was Primrose Everdeen. Like, that's crazy.
Susan Collins has a thing for writing the most fucking insane chapters.
Okay, Lightning
Yes,
has question, yeah.
now we need a chapter discussion so I can breathe.
Okay, chapter discussion.
Did they mean burning desert literally?
I told them to write down questions because they were writing things because they had questions, and I was like, write it down for Anna at the end.
Technically, kinda. So we get a little bit more information on arenas in a couple of chapters, or maybe the next one. But there are arenas are they can be kind of any.
Mhm.
We know of, so for example, I'll just give you a couple of examples of arenas we know. Deserts, without any water, anything. Completely frozen arenas. There was one arena that was literally all made of mirrors. Everything was mirrors in the arena. Like it literally could be anything.
Um, there's so many too, like so many different ones.
I mean, I don't think it was literally on fire. I don't think it was literally, but you never know. Okay,
I mean,
anyone
like, I
has
feel
any?
like they do crazy shit. Like, it's a, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there was an abandoned city one. There's one that
Whoa.
it was literally just bombed out city. Fun fact, this is, if we get there, it'll be very much in the future, but the first 10 Hunger Games were set in football stadiums. Like actual football stadiums. They just let the tributes loose on the fucking. I was talking to Bells about it and I was like, Taylor Swift probably performed at the arenas.
Toasto did what?
Like there were the first 10 arenas for the Hunger Games because Panem is set in the US, I think,
Mm-hmm.
200, 300 years in the future, and the first 10 arenas for the Hunger Games were like American football stadiums.
Oh, okay, so you're saying that Taylor Swift toured at them.
Can you imagine you're attributed at the arena and you don't know that Taylor Swift performed Cruel Summer there? Fucking crazy.
What the
Damn.
fuck? I'm drunk in the back of the car.
Um, yeah, which is believed to be Salt Lake City, yeah.
That's one way to die.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
you know what? I'm gonna give Ryan something for Ryan to show you guys.
Okay.
Because I think.
Well, if you're gonna have me showing things and downloading screenshots, I'm gonna hold on.
It's just an image, just so people.
I'm drunk in the back of the car and I cry like a baby.
No, but does anyone have more thoughts or opinions?
Every night that summer just to see my face. Oh. What do you say? Oh,
Thoughts,
question.
opinions?
And does anyone have thoughts, questions? Is anyone confused? I would really love to have a prequel that is pre-Hunger Games. So I want to know more about the False Society and details of what happened to cause it all.
I think that'd be super interesting. I'm gonna be honest, and I could always be wrong. I don't see Suzanne going that far. Because we.
Oh, okay. Here, let me
I
put
think,
this up.
yeah, I think we get that in Ballad a little bit. Yeah, what I gave Ryan was the map of Panem, so that everyone can see.
Okay, here we go.
So wherever you live, if you're in the Americas, you get to see where your district is, or if you're underwater.
I'm underwater.
There is a chance that I would have been in District 13.
Well, rip, I guess.
Oh
It's like half
wow.
in my state, half not in my state, that's why.
Oh my goodness. What is that, Liz? Liz, what the hell? Liz goes, check the fan arts channel. What is that?
Let me look.
Here, I'm gonna put it on the screen. Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna put it on.
Oh, it's Liz's artistic rendition of you eating veal. Oh god. That's beautiful.
I'll keep that on the screen. There we go. Anyway, the map. Do you want to talk about the map?
No, it's mostly just I think it's the good thing for people to see because I say this because we're going to go into chapters that are going to require some like travel, and I want people to
Okay,
not
so you
make
want
this
me to like, so every time we talk about travel, you need to tell me so then I can pull up the map again.
because like I need people to not make the mistake that I did when I was 14, which is in my head, Panem was just one straight fucking line. Because they're on a like, I it took me years to realize that Panem.
This is so
Liz,
confusing
the
to
entirety
me.
of Panem.
Like, why is District 1 there?
They wanted them closer to the capital, I believe. Like, Districts 1 and 2 are close to the
No, but
capital.
like, why? But I meant like, why is District like why is the capital there? Why was the capital chosen to be there?
The capital was chosen to be there. That's actually something that is talked about.
Yeah.
But the reason the capital is there is for defense.
Okay.
Mhm.
Is capital the smallest? Yes, there's a C for capital. The most
Yeah,
valued resources. Wow.
1 and 2 needed to have proximity to the capital based on what they do. So District 1 is luxury goods. They
Yeah.
produce luxury goods for the capital. Makeup, alcohol, tobacco, anything that is considered a luxury item comes from District 1. Jewelry, like all of that. District 2 is masonry, and it's also where the peacekeepers, which are the Panem police force, are trained. And keeping both the luxury, which we get into that, but luxury is how the capital citizens are controlled. It's through luxury. And you would really want the people that are handling guns to be close to you, so you could pat them on the head and tell them they're doing a good job. So that's why 1 and 2 are there specifically.
Yes, but what like
5 is there because 5 controls power. So 5 is
okay.
power.
Like I was confused how they always like numbered their districts. Like why is 3 so far away?
I don't know why 3 is far away, but they are actually numbered in terms of what the capital considers to be important.
I know. Bells.
Go off, Bells. Bells is not going off.
Waiting.
Yeah, let me pull up what does
I'll ask my sources, I'll tell later. Okay.
But I can very quickly tell you what each district does. Let me pull up the list.
Do you guys see this piece of art?
Okay, so District 1 is luxury items. District 2 is masonry and defense. 3 is general electronics. 4 is fishing. 5 is power electricity. 6 is transportation. 7 is lumber. 8 textiles. 9 grain. 10 is livestock. 11 is agriculture. And 12 is coal mining. District 13 was nuclear weaponry. And also the
Granite mining.
graphite. Yeah, graphite.
Graphite, sorry.
So
Yeah.
Which is like so funny. I love that they're 2, they're like masonry and guns, and 13 they're like nuclear weaponry and graphite.
So by this, I'm either A, drowning, or B, either District 13 or 12.
Well, you're doing great, sweetie.
Am I?
No, you're
No,
not.
no, I don't think so.
You're not. Okay, are we ready?
Yes. Hold on, I left the game, so I'm just gonna put a picture of us.
Oh, you left the game. Crazy.
Here's a picture of us. There you go.
I love Nosy being like, yeah, nuclear weaponry is the least important. Okay.
Yeah, like that's the other thing too that I was like gonna ask, like why is that, like I feel like that would be really important.
My theory, I don't think we ever have a confirmed reason as to why that is. My theory is that it is for the furthest district from every other district.
I actually so here's my another theory is that nobody knew that they were doing weaponry, like that they were doing nuclear weaponry. So the only thing that they knew, like that all the districts knew, was graphite mining. That's all they've been ever told was happening in District 13.
Mm.
So it could be that because it's technically not the most important thing, it could be so that way it stayed secret that they were doing nuclear weapons.
Oh, so we hit the 1 hour mark.
Let's go.
Everyone, a round of applause.
4 hours
One
to
down,
go.
4 to go. Okay, everyone, lock in.
I'm locked in.
Often.
Chapter 2. One time, when I was in a blind in a tree, waiting motionless for game to wander by, I dozed off and fell 10 feet to the ground, landing on my back. It was as if the impact had knocked every wisp of air from my lungs, and I lay there struggling to inhale, to exhale, to do anything. That's how I feel now, trying to remember how to breathe, how to speak, totally stunned as the name bounces around in the inside of my skull. Someone is gripping my arm, a boy from the seam, and I think maybe I start to fall and he caught me. There must have been some mistake. This can't be happening. Prim was one slip of paper in thousands. Her chances of being chosen so remote that I'd not even bother to worry about her. Hadn't I done everything? Taken the tesserae, refused to let her do the same. One slip. One slip in thousands. The odds had been entirely in her favor. But it hadn't mattered. Somewhere far away, I can hear the crowd murmuring unhappily, as they always do when a 12-year-old gets chosen, because no one thinks this is fair. And then I see her, the blood drained from her face, hands clenched and fists at her sides, walking with stiff, small steps towards the stage, passing me. And I see the back of her blouse has become untucked and hangs out of her skirt. It's this detail, the untucked blouse forming a ducktail, that brings me back to myself. Prim, the strangled cry comes out of my throat, and my muscles begin to move again. Prim! I don't need to shove through the crowd. The other kids make way immediately, allowing me a straight path to the stage. I reach her just as she's about to mount the steps. With one sweep of my arm, I push her behind me. I volunteer, I gasp. I volunteer as tribute. There's some confusion on the
She
stage.
said the thing!
District 12 hasn't had a volunteer in decades, and the protocol has become rusty. The rule is that once the tribute's name has been pulled from the ball, another eligible boy, if it's a boy's name, has been read, or girl, if a girl's name has been read, can step forward to take his or her place. In some districts, in which winning the reaping is such a great honor, people are eager to risk their lives, and volunteering is complicated. But in District 12, where the word tribute is pretty much synonymous with the word corpse, volunteers are all but extinct. Lovely, says every trinket. But I believe there's a small matter of introducing the reaping winner and then asking for volunteers, and if one does come forth, then we, She trails off, unsure herself. What does it matter? Says the mayor. He's looking at me with a pained expression on his face. He doesn't know me, really, but there's a faint recognition there. I am the girl who brings the strawberries. The girl his daughter might have spoken of on occasion. The girl who 5 years ago stood huddled with her mother and sister as he presented her, the oldest child, with a medal of valor. A medal for her father, vaporized in the mines. Does he remember that? What does it matter? He repeats gruffly. Let her come forward. Prim is screaming hysterically behind me. She's wrapped her skinny arms around me like a vice. No, Katniss, no, you can't go. Prim, let go, I say harshly, because this is upsetting me and I don't want to cry. When they televise the replay of the reapings tonight, everyone will make note of my tears and I'll be marked as an easy target, a weakling. I give no one that satisfaction. Let go. I can feel someone pulling her from my back. I turn and see Gale has lifted Prim off the
Wait, what do you
ground
mean
and
she
she's
doesn't
thrashing in
know?
his arms.
Like Katniss doesn't know?
You go, Catnip, he says, in a voice he's fighting to keep
Or
steady.
Match?
Then he carries Prim off towards my mother. I steel myself and climb the steps. Well, bravo, gushes Effie Trinket. That's the spirit of the games. She's pleased to finally have a district with a little action going on in it. What's your name? I swallow hard. Katniss Everdeen, I say. I bet my buttons that was your sister. Don't want her to steal all the glory, do we? Come on, everybody, let's give a big round of applause to our newest tribute, trills Effie Trinket. To the everlasting credit of the people of District 12, not one person clapped. Not even the ones holding up betting slips, the ones who are usually beyond caring. Possibly because they know me from the Hob, or knew my father, or have encountered Prim, who no one can help loving. So instead of acknowledging applause, I stand there unmoving while they take part in the boldest form of dissent they can manage. Silence. Which says we do not agree. We do not condone. All of this is wrong. Then something unexpected happens. At least I don't expect it, because I don't think of District 12 as a place that cares about me. But a shift has occurred since I stepped up to take Prim's place, and now it seems I have become someone precious. At first one, then another, then almost every member of the crowd touches the 3 middle fingers of their left hand to their lips and holds it out to me. It is an old and rarely used gesture of our district, occasionally seen at funerals. It means thanks. It means admiration. It means goodbye to someone you love. Now I'm truly in danger of crying, but fortunately Haymitch chooses this time to come staggering across the stage to congratulate me. Look at her. Look at this one, he hollers, throwing an arm around my shoulders. He's surprisingly strong for such a wreck. I like her. His breath reeks of liquor, and it's been a long time since he's bathed. Lots of, he can't think of a word for a while. Spunk, he says triumphantly. More than you. He releases me and starts toward the front of the stage. More than you, he shouts, pointing directly into a camera. Is he addressing the audience, or is he so drunk he might actually be taunting the Capitol? I'll never know, because just as he's opening his mouth to continue, Haymitch plummets off the stage and knocks himself unconscious. He's disgusting, but I'm grateful. With every camera gleefully trained on him, I have just enough time to release the small choked sound in my throat and compose myself. I put my hands behind my back and stare into the distance. I can see the hills I climbed this morning with Gale. I have stream open, and what the fuck did I just see? I just...
God. God forbid a girl accidentally said.
I like that. Can you? I was staring, like I have my phone up, and I just saw that from above my screen. It was just peeking out.
God forbid a girl accidentally says, I ate Gil. God forbid. I meant to say, I hate. I did not eat Gil. I am not eating him. I am not eating Gale. I am not. Yes, this was lit.
Um,
It's doing.
I okay then.
Yeah.
Um,
Do I keep this on my screen too? Like,
please don't. Please don't.
oh my god, okay. There that goes.
All right. Where was I? Okay, everyone lock the fuck
So
in.
anyway,
Everyone lock in.
a video? You have a video in the works?
God.
So this is what happens. Okay.
Okay, lock in. Everyone lock in.
I'm locked in.
I put my hands behind my back and stare into the distance. I can see the hills I climbed this morning with Gale. For a moment, I yearn for something. The idea of us leaving the district, making our way in the woods. But I know I was right about not running off, because who else would have volunteered for Prim? Mitch is whisked away on a stretcher, and Effie Trinket is trying to get the ball rolling again. What an exciting day! She warbles as she attempts to straighten her wig, which is listed severely to the right. With more excitement to come, it's time to choose our boy tribute. Clearly hoping to contain her tenuous hair situation,
we are right now, Yui.
she plants one hand on her head as she crosses to the ball that contains the boys' names and grabs the first slip she encounters. She zips back to the podium, and I don't even have time to wish for Gail's safety when she's reading the name. Peter Malark. Peter Malark? Oh no, I think. Not him. Because I recognize this name, although I have never spoken directly to its owner. Peter Malark. No, the odds are not in my favor today. I watch him as he makes his way towards the stage. Medium height, stocky build, ashy blonde hair that falls in waves over his forehead. The shock of the moment is registered on his face. You can see his struggle to remain emotionless, but his blue eyes show the alarm
You're
I've seen so
getting
often in Craig.
gloss.
Yet he climbs steadily onto the stage and takes
You're
his place.
welcome.
Effie Trinket asks for volunteers, but no one steps forward. He has two older brothers, I know.
You guys are
I've
so
seen them in the
cute now.
bakery, but one is probably too old now to volunteer, and the other won't. This is standard. Family devotion only goes so far for most people on reaping day. What I did was the radical thing. The mayor begins to read the long, dull treaty of treason as he does every year at this point. It's required, but I'm not listening to a word. Why him, I think? When I try to convince myself it doesn't matter. Peter Malark and I are not friends, not even neighbors. We don't speak. Our only real interaction happened years ago. He's probably forgotten it, but I haven't, and I know I never will. It was during the worst time. My father had been killed in a mine accident 3 months earlier in the bitterest January anyone could remember. The numbness of his loss had passed, and the pain would hit me out of nowhere, doubling me over, racking my body with sobs. Where are you? I would cry out in my mind. Where have you gone? Of course, there was never any answer. The district had given us a small amount of money as compensation for his death, enough to cover 1 month of grieving, at which time my mother would be expected to get a job. Only she didn't. She didn't do anything but sit propped up in a chair, or more often huddle under the blankets on her bed, eyes fixed on some point in the distance. Once in a while she'd stir, get up as if moved by some urgent purpose, only to then collapse back into stillness. No amount of pleading from Prem seemed to affect her. I was terrified. I suppose now that my mother was locked in some dark world of sadness, but at the same time, all I knew was that I had lost not only a father, but a mother as well. At 11 years old, with Prim just 7, I took over as head of the family. There was no choice. I bought our food at the market and cooked it as best as I could and tried to keep Prim and myself looking presentable. Because if it had become known that my mother would no longer care for us, the district would have taken us away from her and placed us in the community home. I'd grown up seeing those home kids at school. The sadness, the marks of angry hands on their faces, the hopelessness that curled their shoulders forward. I could never let that happen to Prim. Sweet tiny Prim, who cried when I cried before she even knew the reason, who brushed and plaited my mother's hair when we left for school, who still polished my father's shaving mirror every night because he'd hated the layer of coal dust that settled on everything in the sink. The community home would crush her like a bug, so I kept our predicament a secret.
Tiempo,
But
don't
the money ran
go.
out and we were slowly starving to death. There was no other way to put it. I kept telling myself that if I could hold out until May, just May 8th, I would turn 12 and be able to sign up for Tesserae and get that precious grain and oil to feed us. Only there were still several weeks to go. We could very well be dead by then. Starvation's not an uncommon fate at District 12. Who hasn't seen the victims? Older people who can't work, children from a family with too many to feed, those injured in the mines, struggling through the streets. And one day, you come upon them sitting motionless against a wall or lying in the meadow. You hear the wails from a house, and the peacekeepers are called in to retrieve the body. Starvation is never the cause of death officially. It's always the flu or exposure or pneumonia. But that fools no one. On the afternoon of my encounter with Peter Malark, the rain was falling in relentless
Hi,
icy
Kayla.
sheets. I had been in town, trying to thread some threadbare old baby clothes of Prim's
Kayla, do you want to say
in the
something?
public market, but there were no takers. Although I had been to the hub on several occasions with my father, I was too frightened to venture into that rough, gritty place alone. The rain had soaked through my father's hunting jacket, leaving me chilled
Are you
to the
sure,
bone.
Kayla?
For 3 days we'd had nothing but boiled water with some old dried mint leaves I'd found in the back of a cupboard. By the time the market closed, I was shaking so hard I dropped my bundle of baby clothes in a mud puddle. I didn't pick it up for fear I would kneel over and be unable to regain my feet.
That's what Lynn did.
Besides, no one wanted
Lynn
these
did this.
clothes. I couldn't go home, because at home was my mother with her dead eyes and my little sister with her hollow cheeks and cracked lips. I couldn't walk into that room with the smoky fire from the damp branches I had scavenged
Yes,
at
Lynn
the edge
did.
of the woods after the coal had run out, my hands empty of any hope. I found myself stumbling across a muddy lane behind the shops that serve the wealthiest townspeople. The merchants live above their businesses, so I was essentially in their backyards. I remember the outlines of garden beds, not yet planted for the spring, a
No!
goat or two in a pen, one sodden dog tied to a post, hunched defeated in the muck. All forms of stealing are forbidden in District 12, punishable by death. But it crossed my mind that there might be something in the trash bins, and those were fair game. Perhaps a bone at the butcher's, or rotten vegetables at the grocer's. Something no one but my family
Someone
was
write that
desperate
down.
enough to eat. Unfortunately, the bins had just been emptied. When I passed the baker's, the smell of fresh bread was so
Tim.
overwhelming I felt dizzy. The ovens were in the back, and a golden glow spilled out of the open kitchen door. I stood mesmerized by the heat and the luscious scent until the rain interfered, running its icy fingers down my back, forcing me back to life. I lifted the lid of the baker's trash bin and found it spotlessly, heartlessly bare. Suddenly, a voice was screaming at me, and I looked up to see the baker's wife, telling me to move on and that I want her to call the peacekeepers and how sick she was of having those brats from the seam pawing through her trash. The words were ugly, and I had no defense. As I
Okay,
carefully
we
replaced the
hate
lid and
her.
backed away, I
We
noticed him.
hate.
A boy with blonde hair peering out from behind his mother's back. I'd seen him at school. He was in my year, but I didn't know his name. He sat with the
Peter.
town kids, so how could I? His mother went back into the bakery, grumbling. But he must have been watching me as I made my way behind the pen that had held their pig and leaned against the far side of an old
We
apple tree.
hate
The
her.
realization that I'd have nothing to
Hate.
take home had finally
Hate.
sunk in. My knees buckled and I slid down the tree trunk to its roots. It was too much. I was too sick and weak and tired. Oh, so tired.
Ooh.
Let them call the peacekeepers and take us to the community home, I thought. Or better yet, let me die right here in the rain. There was a clatter in the
Aw.
bakery, and I heard the
Oh,
woman
there's an ad.
screaming again, and the sound of a blow, and I vaguely wondered what was going on. Feet sloshed towards me through the mud,
There's
and I
gonna
thought,
be
it's
an
her.
ad,
She's coming to drive
guys.
me away with a stick.
Ads are
But it
incoming,
wasn't her.
and you better eat
It was
them
the
up.
boy.
You
In
better
his
eat
arms he
your
carried
ads.
2 large
You
loaves of
better
bread
eat
that must
them.
have fallen into the
They're
fire
really good
because
for
the
you.
crusts were scorched black. His mother was yelling, "Feed it to the pig, you stupid creature!
I love
Why
that.
not? No
You
one
will.
decent will buy burnt bread." He began to tear off chunks from the burned parts and toss them into the trout.
Eat them, ads.
And the front bakery bell rung, and the
Ads.
mother
Ads.
disappeared to help a
Ads.
customer.
Ads.
Oh, we're gonna go into ads.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes,
Wait, hold.
ads. Ads. Now we can have a little breaky. See, this isn't too bad because then technically you get 2 breaks within an hour because then we have a 1 minute a 1 minute and 30-second ad break, and then we have a discussion at the end of the chapter, you know? I want a donut.
And we got to meet PETA's bitch of a mother.
Yeah, no, so we
Dude.
learned that we hate PETA's mom.
Oh,
We
you're gonna
PETA.
hate her more.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, but I've been like, you would say things, and I'd be like, oh, we're showering. There's cold. There's cold. Okay, I pretended I was showering, and then
I have been watching.
and then I was like, oh, we're opening something. So I was like, oh, we're opening it. Oh my goodness, what is that? You know. So I've been acting like I'm the movie.
You're doing amazing.
Yeah.
We are
Is this? Oh my god, this is
almost
my
done
audition
with
tape.
chapter 2.
This is my audition tape.
We are almost done with chapter 2.
Oh, we are?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Oh my goodness. Guys, do you guys
Yeah, we are.
save your questions for the end so then Anna and Bells can answer. Or Violet.
But no, I'm gonna be so honest. You're gonna hate PETA's mom more.
Wait,
I
she's
hate
like an
women.
actual character?
Briefly, but not for very long. But anybody that loves PETA is going to hate his mother a lot.
Okay.
Piece of work.
Listen, can't wait to watch you die in the arena. I am not going to. I'm not. Realistically, if I was in the Hunger Games, I 100% would, though.
Oh, if I was in the, I would. I'm gonna be honest. I would jump off before the minute was up. I'd be like, nah, bye, bitch.
Honestly, that does seem like the easiest way to go.
It's better
Like,
than dying to the careers. I'm gonna be totally real.
Yeah, like I don't want to die to some. No.
Don't worry,
I would send you Gil to eat as a sponsor.
Wait, I have a question. So, like, what if you were deemed, like, mentally not fit to go in there?
You would go in. You would.
They
go
would
in.
still put you in?
No, there's
Ryan,
nothing
there
to
is
do about
no
your
thing as
mental health.
unfit.
As long
There's
as you
no-
have a body and you can
I-
stand long enough to take your minute, they don't care. And even if you can't, they'll still put you in there.
It's actually talked about in a later.
In this book, it's in this book, and then in Catching Fire, there is there are people who are disabled. They just die. They just get thrown in and then die. You don't get a pass. You go in
there's
regardless.
No getting out. There is nothing that will get you out. The only thing that gets you out is being dead.
If you are physically disabled,
they still
tough
put
shit.
you in. You die immediately at the bloodbath. Yeah.
They're just like, well,
you
rip, I
get
guess.
put on your little podium. They raise you up, and the careers come and kill you.
Pretty much.
Unless you do it yourself and you roll off.
Roll.
Bells.
That'd be me. I'd fucking cannonball my way out of there, bro.
Honestly, that does seem like the easiest way. Probably, like...
Right?
They would be so mad about it, too, and I think that'd be even more fun.
Yeah, I
Okay.
would do it to piss them off.
Okay.
Like, if everybody just jumps off.
Let's finish up. Chapter 2. We're nearly there.
Okay.
Okay, so he began to tear off chunks from the burned parts and toss them into the Shroud. And the front bakery bell rung, and the mother disappeared to help a customer. The boy never even
Are you
glanced
guys
my
taking
way, but I was
notes?
watching him.
Are you
because of
taking
red-
notes?
Because of the red well that had stood out on his cheekbone. What had she hit him with? My parents never hit us. I couldn't even imagine
Kayla!
it. The boy took one look back at the bakery as if checking that the coast was clear. Then, his attention back on the pig, he threw a loaf of bread in my direction. The second quickly followed, and he sloshed back to the bakery, closing the door tightly behind him. I stared at the loaves in disbelief. They were fine, perfect really, except for the burned parts. Did he mean for me to have them? He must have, because they were at my feet. Before anyone could witness what had happened, I shoved the loaves up under my shirt, wrapped the hunting jacket tightly around me, and walked swiftly away. The heat of the bread burned into my skin, but I clutched it tighter, clinging to life. By the time I reached home, the loaves had cooled somewhat, but the insides were still warm. When I dropped them on the table, Prim's hands reached to tear off a chunk, but I made her sit, forced my mother to join us at the table, and poured warm tea. I scraped off the black stuff and sliced the bread. We ate an entire loaf, slice by slice. It was good hearty bread, filled with raisins and nuts. I put my clothes to dry at the fire, crawled into bed, and fell into a dreamless sleep. It didn't occur to me until the next morning that the boy might have burned the bread on purpose, might have dropped the loaves into the flames, knowing it meant being punished, and then delivered them to me. But I dismissed this. It must have been an accident. Why would he have done it? He didn't even know me. Still, just throwing me the bread was an enormous kindness that would have surely resulted in a beating if discovered. I couldn't explain his actions. We ate slices of bread for breakfast and headed to school. It was as if spring had come overnight. Warm, sweet air, fluffy clouds. At school, I passed the boy in the hall. His cheek had swelled up, and his eye had blackened. He was with his friends and didn't acknowledge me in any way, but as I collected Prim and started for home that afternoon, I found him staring at me from across the schoolyard. Our eyes met for only a second, then he turned his head away. I dropped my gaze, embarrassed, and that's when I saw it. The first dandelion of the year. A bell went off in my head.
Me?
I thought of the hours spent in the woods with my father, and I knew how we were going to survive. To this day, I can never shake the connection between this boy, Peter Malark, and the bread that gave me hope, and the dandelion that reminded me that I was not doomed. And more than once,
You're
I've
not
turned in the
doomed.
school hallway and caught his eye trained on me, only to quickly flit away.
Guys, hear me
I
out. In the
feel like I
Hunger
owe him
Games, I'm
something,
the
and I hate
dandelion.
owing people. Maybe if I had thanked him at some point, I'd feel less conflicted now. I thought about it a couple of times, but the opportunity never seemed to present itself, and now it never will. Because we're going to be thrown into an arena to fight to the death. Exactly how am I supposed to work in a thank you in there? Somehow it just won't seem sincere if I'm trying to slit his throat. The mayor finishes the dreary treaty of treason and motions for Peter and me to shake hands. His are as solid and warm as those loaves of bread. Peter looks me right in the eye and gives my hand what I think is meant to be a reassuring squeeze. Maybe it's just a nervous spasm? We turn back to face the crowd as the anthem of Panem plays. Oh well, I think. There'll be 24 of us. Odds are someone else will kill him before I do. Of course, the odds have not been very dependable as of late. And that's chapter 2.
That's chapter 2.
That's chapter 2. Girl, I love that
Okay.
she's sitting here like, well, someone else will kill him, I guess. I don't.
Okay. First of all, I'm kind of getting invested. I got more invested when I had a me mention in the book. Shout out the dandelion.
I know. I was rereading the chapter. I was like, I was Ryan's gonna fucking love this.
That's me. Second of all, I actually think this is really good, and because it's like, again, from like watching the the movies and then putting everything to the books, etc. I like that we get more information about the fact that like Peta had a crush,
No, like
Peter
you
has
see that it was a
such a
genuine crush like long before
Mhm.
he says it.
Okay, also I'll
She
be right
just
back.
doesn't put it together.
But I just love that she's literally sitting there like, he did it. He couldn't have done it on purpose. The girl.
And then we know that he did, and he even chose specifically, I'm gonna be so honest, he had to have chosen the bread that he did because
Yeah.
it's rich, hearty bread. Like it's good, like filling.
Yeah,
It's
but
gonna,
Like, it's got nuts and raisins and shit.
like it's out here trying to save your life. Meanwhile, you just think, it was an accident.
we know that she's
Also,
autistic.
Litman made something new.
Oh,
Okay.
is it the video?
Yes.
I'm so excited.
I'm gonna
I'm here.
send it to you
Let
guys
me open.
first.
Oh,
Oh,
please do.
we get a preview. Perfect.
Yeah.
I love Lightning's comment. He's so cute. I wish boys were real. So true, Lightning. You get it. That's beautiful, actually.
You think that's beautiful?
I think that's. I
No,
think
I
that's.
agree.
I like
think
that better than the picture. I'm gonna be honest.
No,
That's
yeah,
less
same. That's
interesting.
much better than the picture.
Oh goodness.
What did I just watch?
Well, see, Ryan ate Gale, so obviously, Lint and Liz are making the most of it.
At least I look good.
For real.
You know,
No, same. Like she is, for never being diagnosed. That is the most autistic girl that I have ever read in a book.
Oh, she's so fucking autistic. And the thing is, and here's something we all need to acknowledge going forward. Katniss is a deeply unreliable narrator. Or, more accurately, she is an incredibly limited narrator. Never take what Katniss says at face value because she doesn't know how to read social interactions. She doesn't know shit. Like,
Genuinely.
she has no idea what's happening at any
she's
point.
just a girl.
She's literally just a girl.
She's just a girl.
I like a...
Hi, like,
I
Like
Anyone has thoughts, opinions, questions?
Yes, give us something,
give a
ask.
question.
or else.
Oh, you're being threatened. We
Ask an
hate
hour
Peter's.
forever.
You
Wait.
hate Peeta's mom.
Lightning said wait.
Yeah. You did miss the volunteer part, Yui.
Yeah, you did.
Lightning's
Oh,
thinking.
Lightning's thinking. Okay, that's so fair. She does have autism and she is 16. The war doesn't start until she's 17, though, technically.
Yeah, no. So she's fine. She's only going into
Playing
the children murder
games.
game.
Fine, just the children murder games. Obviously, that's not war.
Wait, so what
No,
are the
Peeta's mom is
what are the ages again?
16.
Katniss
Both
is 16.
Katniss and Peeta are 16.
No, 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 no,
Bjorn-
no. The Hunger Games.
Oh, 12 to 18.
Wow.
Yeah,
12?
as soon as you turn 12, your name is put into the bowl, and 18, well, 19, you cannot be reaped, so 18 you are.
Mm-hmm.
The hell?
Wow.
And if you turn
Which is-
19 on... so for anyone to be aware, Reaping is on the 4th of July.
Yes.
Mhm.
The Reaping Day is 4th of July.
What?
Yes.
Yep,
Yeah.
I found that out recently through another
We
book.
find it in the prequel, but I think that this is important context. So the Reaping is the 4th of July. Katniss turned 16 in May. If you were to turn 19 on the 5th of July and your name got pulled on the 4th, you'd still go.
Yeah, if you were 19, like, before you went into the arena, but after you got your name called, you still go.
You still go.
Well,
They
at
do
least
not
this is
say.
where I go. I'm happy that I had a fall birthday.
So, this will kind of go into more because
Oh, so the way that Katniss's name is in there is because she gets Tesserae every year.
What is
Which
Tesserae?
Tesserae is oil and grain, and I think
It's
maybe
rations.
something else, but it's rations
No, it's
that
rations.
like it's food, or well, ingredients to make food so that you have more than whatever you would be able to get easily. And because you can do it
For every member of your family.
for every member of your family. So she gets it for herself,
Prim and her mom.
Prim, and her mom. And you automatically get one every year.
Yeah, so if she...
That's why Prim only has one.
Yeah.
And
Katniss has 20
Gale
because
has
every year...
40
Yeah,
or something like that.
Gale has 40 something because so every year you get... So when you're 12, you get one slip of paper. 13, 2. They're cumulative.
Oh.
And for each time you take Tesserae, which for Katniss is 3, she gets an added 3 every year. And
4 every single year.
yeah, so she gets 4 entries every year she's eligible.
And because
So-
she's been doing it all like every year, she's not quite at 20, I don't think.
She 1, 2, 3.
Because 4 years.
No, it is 4,
4, 8,
8, 12,
12, 16. She's only a
16.
16.
So
But she says 20. To be fair, she exaggerates.
so Prim getting pulled is really just like bad luck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Genuinely like the worst luck because she was in there
kind
one
of.
time.
Kind of bad luck. It depends. I don't see
There are
why.
theories that it would
I
be other, but I'm gonna be so real.
I
It doesn't make sense
fundamentally
that it was.
refuse the theory that the reaping was rigged.
No, that reaping was
I don't-
not.
This one wasn't, but they do rig reapings.
Yeah.
They do rig them, yes, but there was no reason to rig it in this particular one. It's just
At least not for
extremely
Prim.
unlikely.
The for PETA, there is a possibility that they rigged it a little bit because because merchant kids don't usually get pulled. Like it's
I mean,
nearly
But we also see that it does happen.
yeah, it
Yeah.
does happen
It's
because
still
at the end of the
possible.
day,
It's
it's
because
odds,
the same
right?
reason that Prim, because he has 4 slips of paper in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's
So it,
also what the
Yeah,
thing
and
with
like
that is
compared
that
to
it's likely that
Gale,
his name was just put on top because like when Effie is going to pull Prim's, like when she goes to pull Prim's name out, she digs around in the bowl, like she
yeah.
swirls her hand, she's like showy about it. When she goes to pull Peta's, she's panicked, so she just reaches and grabs the first piece of paper she finds. It's just really bad.
luck.
Really
Yeah.
bad luck.
Damn. My
Okay.
boy,
Are
my
we ready for
boy.
chapter 3?
Unless anybody has any more questions.
Any more questions?
Yeah, I agree with Lightning. The whole point is that Katniss is unlucky.
The odds were
Yeah.
never in her favor.
Yeah.
Truly.
Okay. We got this. Chapter 3. The moment the anthem ends, we are taken into custody. I don't mean we're handcuffed or anything, but a group of peacekeepers march us through the front door of the Justice Building. Maybe tributes have tried to escape in the past. I have never seen that happen, though. Once inside, I'm conducted to a room and left alone. It's the richest place I've ever been in, with thick, deep carpets and a velvet couch and chairs. I know velvet because my mother has a dress with a collar made of this. When I sit on the couch, I can help running my fingers over the fabric repeatedly. It helps to calm me as I try to prepare for the next hour, the time allotted for the tributes to say goodbye to their loved ones. I cannot afford to get upset, to leave this room with puffy eyes and a red nose. Crying is not an option. There will be more cameras at the train station. My sister and my mother come first. I reach out to Prim and she climbs on my lap, her arms around my neck, head on my shoulder, just like she did when she was a toddler. My mother sits beside me and wraps her arms around us. For a few minutes, we say nothing. Then I start telling them all the things they must remember to do now that I will not be here to do them for them. Prim is not to take any tesserae. They can get by, if they're careful, on selling Prim's goat milk and cheese in the small apothecary business my mother now runs for the people in the team. Gail will get her the herbs she needs and doesn't grow herself, but she must be careful to describe them because he's not as familiar with them as I am. He'll also bring them game. He and I made a pact about this a year or so ago, and will probably not ask for compensation, but they should thank him with some kind of trade, like milk or medicine. I don't bother suggesting Prim learn to hunt. I tried to teach her a couple of times and it was disastrous. The woods terrified her, and whenever I shot something, she'd get teary and talk about how we might be able to heal it if we got it home soon enough. But she makes out well with her goat, so I concentrate on that. When I am done with instructions about fuel and trading and staying in school, I turn to my mother and grip her arm hard. Listen to me. Are you listening to me? She nods, alarmed by my intensity. She must know what's coming. You can't leave again, I say. My mother's eyes find the floor. I know, I won't. I couldn't help it. Well, you have to help it this time. You can't clock out and leave Prim on her own. There's no me now to keep you both alive. It doesn't matter what happens, whatever you see on the screen. You have to promise me you'll fight through it. My voice has risen to a shout. In it is all the anger, all the fear I felt at her abandonment. She pulls her arm from my grasp, moved to anger herself now. I was ill. I could have treated myself if I'd had the medicine I have now. That part about her being ill might be true. I've seen her bring back people suffering from immobilizing sadness since. Perhaps it is a sickness, but it's one we can't afford. Then take it and take care of her, I say. It'll be all right, Katniss, says Prim, clasping my face in her hands. But you have to take care too. You're so fast and brave. Maybe you can win. I can't win. Prim must know that in her heart. The competition will be far beyond my abilities. Kids from wealthier districts, where winning is a huge honor, who've trained their whole lives for this. Boys who are 2 to 3 times my size, girls who know 20 different ways to kill you with a knife. Oh, there'll be people like me, too. People to weed out before the real fun begins. Maybe, I say, because I can hardly tell my mother to carry on if I've already given up myself. Besides, it isn't in my nature to go down without a fight, even when things seem unsurmountable. Then we'd be as rich as Hamish. I don't care if we're rich, I just want you to come home. You'll try, won't you? Really, really try? Asks Prim. Really, really try. I swear it, I say. And I know because of Prim I'll have to. And then the peacekeeper is at the door, signaling our time is up, and we're all hugging one another so hard it hurts. And all I'm saying is, I love you both. And they're saying it back, and the peacekeeper orders them out, and the door closes. I bury my head in one of the velvet pillows as if this can block the whole thing out. Someone else enters the room, and when I look up, I'm surprised to see it's the baker, Peter Malark's father. I can't believe he's come to visit me. After all, I'll be trying to kill his son soon. But we do know each other a bit, and he knows Prim even better. When she sells her goat cheese at the hob, she puts 2 of them aside for him, and he gives her a generous amount of bread in return. We always wait to trade with him because his witch of a wife isn't around because he's so much nicer. I feel certain he would never have hit his son the way she did over the burned bread. But why has he come to see me? The baker sits awkwardly on the edge of one of the plush chairs. He's a big, broad-shouldered man with burn scars from years in the ovens. He must have just said goodbye to his son. He pulls a white package paper from his jacket pocket and holds it out to me. I open it and find cookies. These are a luxury we can never afford. Thank you, I say. The baker's not a very talkative man in the best of times, and today he has no words at all. I had some of your bread this morning. My friend Gail gave you a squirrel for it. He nods as if remembering the squirrel. Not your best trade, I say. He shrugs, as if it couldn't possibly matter. Then I can't think of anything else. So we sit in silence until a peacekeeper summons him. He rises and coughs to clear his throat. I'll keep an eye on the little girl, make sure she's eating. I feel some of the pressure in my chest lighten at his words. People deal with me, but they are genuinely fond of Prim. Maybe there'll be enough fondness to keep her alive. My next guest is also unexpected. Also, bye, Lightning, good night. My next guest is also unexpected. Madge walks straight to me. She's not weepy or evasive. Instead, there's an urgency about her tone that surprises me. They let you wear one thing from your district in the arena, one thing to remind you of home. Will you wear this? She holds out the circular gold pin that was on her dress earlier. I hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now I see it's a small bird in flight. Your pin? I say. Wearing a token for my district is about the last thing on my mind. Here, I'll put it on your dress, all right? Madge doesn't wait for an answer. She just leans in and fixes the bird to my dress. Promise me you'll wear it into the arena, Katniss? She asks. Promise? Yes, I say. Cookies, a pin. I'm getting all sorts of gifts today. Madge gives me one more, a kiss on the cheek. Then she's gone, and I'm left thinking that maybe Madge really has been my friend all along. Finally, Gale is here, and maybe there's nothing romantic between us, but when he opens his arms, I don't hesitate to go into them. His body is familiar to me, the way it moves, the smell of wood smoke, even the sound of his heart beating I know from quiet moments on a hunt.
Friend.
But this is the first time I really feel it, lean and hardened muscles against my own. Listen, he says, getting a knife should be pretty easy, but you've got to get your hands on a bow. That's your best chance. They don't always have bows, I say, thinking of the year where there were only horrible spiked maces that the tributes had to bludgeon one another to death with. Then make one, Gale says. Even a weak bow is better than no bow at all. I've tried copying my father's bows with poor results. It's not that easy. Even he has to scrap his own work sometimes. I don't even know if there'll be wood, I say. Another year, they tossed everybody into a landscape of nothing but boulders and sand and scruffy bushes. I particularly hated that year.
What?
Many contestants were bitten by venomous snakes or went insane from thirst. There's almost always wood, Gail says. Since that year, half of them died of cold. Not much entertainment in that. It's true, we spent one Hunger Games watching the players freeze to death at night. You could hardly see them because they were just huddled in balls and there was no wood for fires or torches or anything. It was considered very anticlimactic in the capital, all those quiet, bloodless deaths. Since then, there's usually been wood to make fires. Yes, there's usually some, I say. Oh, bye,
Good
Liz!
night, Liz. Good night. Good night,
Good
Liz. Thank
night.
you so much for coming in. Thank you.
Yes, there's usually
Thank
some, I
you.
say. Katniss, it's just hunting. You're the best hunter I know, says Gale. It's not just hunting. They're armed. They think, I say. So do you, and you've had more practice, real practice, he says. You know how to kill. Not people, I say. How different can it be, really? Says Gale grimly. The awful thing is that if I can forget they're people, it'll be no different at all. The peacekeepers come back too soon, and Gale asks for more time, but they're taking him away, and I start to panic. Don't let them starve, I cry out, clinging to his hand. I won't. You know I won't. Katniss, remember he says, and they yank us apart and slam the door, and I'll never know what he wanted me to remember. It's a short ride from the Justice Building to
Shut
the train
up.
station. I've never been in a car before, rarely even ridden in wagons. In the scene, we travel on foot. I've been right not to cry. The station is swarming with reporters, with their insect-like cameras trained directly on my face. But I've had a lot of practice at wiping my face clean of emotions, and I do this now. I catch a glimpse of myself on the television screen on the wall that's airing my arrival live, and feel
Wait,
gratified that I appear almost bored. Peter
Tiempo,
Millark,
are
on the
you
other hand,
here?
has obviously been crying, and interestingly enough, does not seem
Tiempo.
to be trying to cover it up. I immediately
Tiempo.
wonder if this will be his strategy in the games, to appear weak and frightened to reassure the other tributes that he's no competition at
Can
all,
I
and
have
then
the
come out fighting.
driving
This
emote?
worked very well for a girl,
Do we
Joanna
have
Mason, from
that?
District 7 a few years back. She seemed like such a sniveling, cowardly fool that no one bothered about her until there was only a handful of contestants left. It turned out she could kill viciously. Pretty clever the way she played
Thank
it.
you.
But this seems like an odd strategy for Peter Millark because he's a baker's son. All those years of having enough to eat and hauling bread
Bake.
trays around has made
Bacon.
him broad-shouldered and strong. It'll take an awful lot of weeping to convince anyone to overlook him. We have to stand for a few minutes in the doorway of the train while the cameras gobble up our images. Then we're allowed inside and the doors close mercifully behind us.
Boom.
The train begins to move at once. The speed initially takes my breath away. Of course, I've never been on a train, as travel between the districts is forbidden except for officially sanctioned duties. For us, that's mainly transporting coal. But this is no ordinary coal train. It's one of the high-speed capital models that averages 250 miles per hour. Our journey to the capital will take less than a day. In school, they tell us the capital was built in a place once called the Rockies. District 12 was in a region known as Appalachia. Even hundreds of years ago, they mined coal here, which is why our miners have to dig so deep. Somehow, it all comes back to coal at school. Besides basic reading and math, most of our instruction is coal-related,
Wait.
except for the weekly lecture on the history of Panem. It's mostly a lot of blather about how we owe the capital. I know there must be more that than they're telling us, an actual account of what happened during the rebellion, but I don't spend much time thinking about it. Whatever the truth is, I don't see how it'll help me get food on the table. The tribute train is fancier than even the room in the Justice Building. We're giving our own chambers, we have a bedroom, a dressing area, and a private bathroom with hot and cold running water. We don't have hot water at home unless we boil it. There are drawers filled with fine clothes, and Effie Trinket tells me to do anything I want, wear anything I want, everything is at my disposal. Just be ready for supper in an hour. I peel off my mother's blue dress and take a hot shower. I've never had a shower before. It's like being in the summer rain, only warmer. I dress in a dark green shirt and pants. At the last minute, I remember Madge's little gold pin. For the first time, I get a good look at it. It's as if someone fashioned a small golden bird and attached a ring around it. The bird is connected to the ring only by its wingtips. I suddenly recognize it, a mockingjay. They're funny birds, and something of a slap in the face to the capital. During the rebellion, the capital bred a series of genetically altered animals as weapons. The common term for them was mutations, or sometimes mutts for short. One was a special bird called the jabberjay. that had the ability to memorize and repeat whole human conversations. They were hummingbirds, exclusively male, that were released into regions where the capital's enemies were known to
Why?
be hiding.
Why male?
After the birds gathered words, they'd fly back to the centers to be recorded. It took people a while to realize what was going on in
This
the
is
district,
sexist.
how private conversations were being transmitted. Then, of course, the rebels fed the capital endless lies, and the joke was in on it. So the centers were shut down and the birds were abandoned to die off in the wild, only they didn't die off. Instead, the jabberjays mated with female mockingbirds, creating a whole new species that could replicate both bird whistles and human melodies. They had lost the ability to enunciate words that but could still mimic a range of human vocal sounds, from a child's high-pitched warble to a man's deep tones, and they could recreate songs, not just a few notes, but whole songs with multiple verses, if you had the patience to sing to them and if they liked your voice. My father was particularly fond of mockingjays. When we went
I
hunting,
wonder
he would
why.
whistle or sing complicated songs to them, and after a polite pause, they'd always sing back. Not everyone is treated with such respect, but whenever my father sang, all the birds in the area would fall silent and listen. His voice was that beautiful, high, and clear, and so filled with life it made you want to laugh and cry at the same time. I could never bring myself to continue the practice after he was gone. Still, there's something comforting about the little bird. It's like having a piece of my father with me, protecting me. I fastened the pin onto my shirt and the
Awkward.
dark green fabric as a background. I can almost imagine the mockingjay flying through the trees. Effie Trinket comes to collect me for supper. I follow her through the narrow rocking corridor into a dining room with polished paneled walls. There's a table where all the dishes are highly breakable. Peter Mal- Sorry, I just looked up and there was just a face full of Dobby. um, there's a table where all the dishes are highly breakable. Peter Malark sits waiting for us, the chair next to him empty. Where's Hamish? Asks Effie brightly. Last time I saw him, he said he was going to take
Bye,
a nap, says
Dobby.
Peter. Well, it's been an exhausting day, says Effie Trinket. I think she's relieved by Hamish's
Everyone say,
absence, and who can blame her?
bye,
The
Dobby.
supper comes in courses: a thick carrot soup, green salad, lamb chops and mashed potatoes, cheese and fruit, a chocolate cake. Throughout the meal, Effie Trinket keeps reminding us to save space because there's more to come.
No,
But I'm stuffing
not
myself because I've
hi.
never had food like this,
Bye.
so good and so much, and because probably
Bye.
the best thing I
Goodbye.
can do between now and the games is put
Goodbye.
on a few pounds.
I threw him.
At least you two have
He's
decent
out the
manners,
window.
says Effie as we're finishing the main course. The pair last year ate everything with their hands like a couple of savages. It completely upset my digestion. The pair last year were two kids from the seam who'd never, not one day in their lives, had enough to eat. And when they did have food, table manners were surely the last
To
thing on
the
their minds.
window.
Pete is a baker's son.
To the wall.
My mother taught Prim and I to eat properly, so yes, I can handle a fork and knife.
Get it.
But
Get
I
it,
hate
Tina.
Effie Trinket's comments so much, I make a point of eating the rest of my meal with my fingers. Then, I wipe my hands on the tablecloth. That makes her pursed lips tightly together. Now that the meal's over, I'm fighting to keep the food down. I can see Peter's looking a little green too. Neither of our stomachs is used to such rich
Hello,
fare.
hi.
But if I can hold
hello.
on Greasy Say's concoction of mice meat, pig entrails, and tree bark, a winter specialty, I'm determined to hang on to this. We go to another compartment to watch the recap of the reapings across Panem. They try to stagger them throughout the day so a person could conceivably watch the whole thing live, but only people in the capital could really do that, since none of them have to attend reapings themselves. One by one, we see the reapings, the names called, the volunteers stepping forward, or, more often, not. We examine the faces of the kids who will be our competition.
You never read
A few
Hunger
stand out
Games?
in my
Well,
mind.
come on
A
in.
monstrous boy who lunges
Come on
forward to
in. Get
volunteer from
comfy.
District 2. A
I think we're
fox-faced girl
on
with sleek red hair from District 5. A boy with a crippled foot from District 10.
I think.
And most hauntingly, a 12-year-old girl from District 11. She has dark brown skin and eyes, but other than that, she's very like Prim in size and demeanor. Only when she mounts the stage and they ask for volunteers, all you can hear is the wind whistling through the decrepit buildings around her. There's no one willing to take her place. Last of all, they show District 12. Prim being called, me running to volunteer. You can't miss the desperation in my voice as I shove Prim behind me, as if I'm afraid no one will hear and they'll take Prim away. But of course, they do hear. I see Gale pulling her off me and watch myself mount the stage. The commentators are not sure what to say about the crowd's refusal to applaud, the silent salute. One says that District 12 has always been a bit backwards, but that local customs can be charming. As if on cue, Haymitch falls off the stage and they groan comically. Peter's name is drawn and he quickly takes his place. We shake hands. They cut to the anthem again and the program ends. Effie Trinket is disgruntled about the state her wig was in. Your mentor has a lot to learn about presentation, a lot about televised behavior. Peter unexpectedly laughs. He was drunk, says Peter. He's drunk every year. Every day, I add. I can't help smirking a little. Effie Trinket makes it sound like Haymitch just has somewhat rough manners that could be corrected with a few tips from her. Yes, hisses Effie Trinket. How odd you do find it amusing. You know, your mentor is your lifeline to the world in these games, the one who advises you, lines up your sponsors, and dictates the presentation of any gift. Haymitch can very well be the difference between your life and your death. Just then, Haymitch staggers onto the compartment. I miss supper? He says in a slurred voice. Then he vomits all over the expensive carpet and falls in the mess. So laugh away, says Effie Trinket. She hops in her pointy shoes across the pool of vomit and flees the room. And that's chapter 3.
Oh my. Dude, that's only chapter 3 and we're almost at hour 2.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Dude, we're gonna get far.
Girl, I'm fucking going.
How many chapters does this book have?
27.
Oh.
No, you're good. You're not gonna finish the Hunger Games.
No,
Oh,
there's
no.
no way we're finishing.
What
Also, my
chapter?
voice would not survive 27 chapters.
We're on page 46 out of 3. Whoa, but like page 46 though, that cannot be me. If I read this, I'd be on page like 2.
I don't know how I'm doing this. I have no idea how I'm doing this, by the way.
Listen, if there's ever a
Shoot,
moment where we
yeah.
want to take a break and like play a game, we can.
I think we like can go at least another chapter before that.
Yeah.
I just, you know.
I'm
we
just
do our
saying for the
part.
sake of you.
Yeah, but everyone praised me because I have to be at work at 8:30. It's almost 1 in the morning, and we still have 3 hours to go. 3 hours to go, and my ass is reading aloud.
Oh god.
Never say I am not a ride or die.
Oh
No,
my
you're right or
goodness,
die.
Anna,
You're right or
I
die.
love you.
Listen, I said I was gonna do it.
Oh my goodness, it's crazy.
No, but can I just say, Haymitch, I love Haymitch so much.
I also
I love-
love Haymitch.
All he's done so far is vomit and fall off of shit.
He's also really like they really kind of like hurt his character a little bit in the movies.
They did, yeah.
So much smarter than a lot of people give him credit for.
To be fair,
I thought it was really funny though, like when we were watching the movies and he was like, he was warning us. No, really?
No, but the funniest thing is, so that is a line in the book, but it's because it was a lot more
yeah.
subtle.
In
It
Mockingjay, Peter's warning is really subtle. I don't know why they were like.
Like it is, you know, in the capital, in the districts, and you know, even out in 13, like he doesn't say, like, it's not that blatant.
No.
Someday
Yeah.
we'll get there, and you know.
I will forever be fucking upset that they didn't make Haymitch fall off the stage.
They should have made him fall off the stage.
That would have been so funny.
Especially because, and this is really interesting, but if we read the entire trilogy and ballad and make it to Sunrise on the Reaping, it's so interesting to look back at the original trilogy with the prequels. With the knowledge
Like,
of
I'm
it.
gonna be so real. Half of it feels like he did it on purpose.
Mhm.
Because the thing is he would have been able to tell that Katniss was about to cry.
Not the vomiting
He's
though.
been-
The vomiting on the train is all him. That's
No,
all him.
on the train is him, but falling off the stage, because him going and, you know, yelling at the cameras and then falling off the stage took the attention to him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness,
Like,
I wish they kept these little details in. Like, this is so sad. And that was really
You know, like,
funny.
I wish they kept Madge. I miss
I
Madge.
wish they'd kept Madge. I'm so curious because if you clocked it, this is not shown. They cut Madge's character from the movies, but the person that gives Katniss the Mockingjay pin is Madge. And not only does she give it to Katniss, like if you remember, that's all. Like she went in and she was like, "They let you take something. Will you take this? Promise me you'll wear this." She's incredibly insistent. When we find out why later,
Oh, okay.
but
So
she
we
is
do know
so
why.
insistent. Yes, we find out why. But she's so insistent on it, and it's crazy to me that they just cut her character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be
it's
so honest,
so
they have
weird.
got to be like
Killing
struggling to figure out
themselves.
what are they gonna do, because
The pin comes back in Sunrise on the Reaping.
yeah.
But so
Yeah.
I don't know how they're gonna pull off the
I
movie.
think
But
I
I
heard
very much
about
agree
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
I very much agree with Nosy though. It's very weird to reframe Haymitch's character. You know
Yeah.
what, like having been in his head. It's really interesting.
He's also worse, I think, in the books than he is in the movies. Because
Yes.
he doesn't throw up like that. Like he is like fully
No,
drunk.
he is
You know, he's, like,
wasted
blacked
that
out.
morning, which I'm gonna be honest, given what we know, I would also be wasted that morning.
Yeah.
And to be fair,
And
even
it's 2 p.m. to be fair.
okay, actually, I think I'm gonna say this because I don't think it's a big enough spoiler that we should wait until sunrise. Haymitch's birthday is the 4th of July. His
Reaping
birthday
Day
is
is
Reaping
Haymitch's
Day.
birthday.
Wait, I
Happy
didn't
birthday,
know that.
Haymitch.
Yeah,
he-
no,
he-
Haymitch's birthday is Reaping Day. So every year, 2 tributes for his birthday.
That he has to mentor and
Happy
then they die.
birthday!
Happy birthday, here's some kids that are gonna die. I also would be drunk. Frankly, after reading Sunrise, I think Haymitch should have been drinking more.
You should have had more. I think
Oh
he deserves
my
so much more.
god. Holy shit, I didn't know that.
No, like it's
It's-
bad.
And his alcoholism in the movies is very sanitized, which is understandable. In the
Yeah.
books, his alcoholism is very like again, it's this, right? He's tripping over himself. He's falling into his own vomit. Like it's bad. It's really bad.
Like, and the thing is you can tell, like, you'll get there eventually, but like you can tell when he starts to care
yeah.
because he tries to sober up.
Oh my
a
god, wait,
little bit.
Yale, are you and I in the same boat? Yale said, I have
Yale,
watched the
could
movie
we-
several times, but this is my first time hearing details from the book. I think Yale and I are like the same
Yale,
right now.
Yale, I am blocking you right now. I am blocking you.
That's crazy.
It's why we're doing this.
Anybody in the chat, I don't care that you're finished. I am sure that there is a translation somewhere.
There's so much else like that kind of like one of the things I don't know if this is a big enough spoiler that maybe we don't mention it. I can message Anna, give me a second. Let's see.
I mean,
No, but
to
I
be
do
fair,
think the
we've been
book.
talking about all the spoilers for days, so
Yeah, but while we're reading, we'll see.
I
Like,
was gonna say, there is
little
a couple
thing.
people who has never read it.
true.
So I don't, like, when it comes to certain details, I'm not sure, like, movie things, that's more easier to, I feel like, you can watch the movies and know the details, and I'm like,
That's what I
whatever, just
thought.
spoil it from the
Yeah.
movies. Do you know what I mean? But, like,
Yeah.
when it comes to,
Yeah.
like, book things, it's like, there's certain details, like, you tell me, and I'm like, wait, like, Loki, that ate. You know? Wish that kid.
Do you get why? Do you get why I am here at almost 1 a.m. reading you these books? I need you to understand.
I just realized that the reason that we have to do this next chapter is so that everybody knows just how much you need to hate Peeta's mom.
You know who else ate Lint?
Like,
Dude,
That's
yeah, we
crazy.
do need to know why we need to hate
Yeah.
myself.
That's
To be fair, we
crazy.
do have
Okay.
3 minutes till ads. Do we want to wait for the 3 minutes?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
wait till the ads are
Yeah,
done.
we wait till ads are done.
Ah, I'm sorry, Tiempo. I'm sorry.
I can't believe you would do this, Ryan.
I
Your ads.
You know what? Can I unmod myself? Unmod.
Don't dare! Are you quitting?
Unmod myself and get somebody to ban me so that I can just leave.
Ryan Dandelion runs
No.
from District 8. Oh, so true. How many subs to make it your profile pic? That's crazy.
slash shame.
That's crazy. Thank you, Anna.
Yeah. While we wait, while we hold.
And then that's just the surface. Then there's everything that happens to him, which makes the reaping so much harder. And non-pretty trauma responses in popular media is always dumbed down to the more palatable. Yeah,
Yes.
I also just like I'm not gonna say too much on it, but I did recently find out that PETA goes through a lot.
No, like realistically, a lot of them
A lot of them do.
go through you don't see a lot of the trauma that they go through, and they shift it so much
Yeah.
in the
Mhm.
movies. Like it's just so disappointing, but like the
They
movies are
couldn't.
good
The
standalone
movies are
because like
good. Yeah.
there was no way that in a 2-hour movie you could fit in everything that is in the books. And on top of that, there is no way that in the media you could portray a lot of what was in the books.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Especially
Because
when you
movies are
get
so
to
big. Like
Mockingjay.
there's
Yeah,
17.
especially when we get to. And here's the thing about Suzanne Collins. Suzanne Collins, I does not, and I think that's why the Hunger Games as a trilogy and then the prequels really all hold up as YA. Is that Suzanne Collins does not write YA like someone who thinks that her audience is dumb teenagers.
Mm-hmm.
These books, and I read the Hunger Games in 2012 for the first time. As an adult, you read these books
I was in the
and there
second
are
grade.
details. That's crazy, don't say that.
I'm just saying the
But
truth.
like reading these as an adult is really jarring because like the things that she goes into,
Adult books.
yeah, no, the things that she goes into, and there are things that you don't really understand to its full capacity as a child, but as an adult, as you start to go into especially like Catching Fire and especially Mockingjay is a really really heavy book. Not just because of the overall theme of it, but the things that people go through and the trauma responses that they exhibit, and there's addiction. There's a lot of addiction in Mockingjay, especially like horrific shit that is not sanitized. It's not. It doesn't. She doesn't go into overwhelming detail about it, but it is very clear and very transparent. And I think
Mhm.
that we do need that sort of. I think that the trauma responses that aren't sanitized and aren't pretty and aren't easy to digest are still very important to portray in media. And to portray in media in the way that I think Suzanne Collins does, which is they are not demonized. And
They're humans who have suffered a lot and resorted to the means that they could find.
Mm-hmm. Ad break. Ear ads. Crunch on crunch, crunch, crunch. No, 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 ear ads. Yeah,
The most important meal of the day.
Oh, the one thing Mel says today. Hello, Mel.
Mel
I've
said
been
this a
talking.
couple times.
I've said things.
Like what? What have you said? I feel like this is the first time I'm hearing you.
Oh, no, I came in a few times.
I think it might
I
have been one of the times that Ryan was up, though.
Was it?
yeah,
Oh.
yeah, because I hated on Gale and
Yeah,
You
All
mean
the
you
basics.
aided Gail?
No, not another
Mel
one.
didn't, Mel
No,
didn't
that
eat
was you.
Gale, no.
I think you
That was
did.
just
Yeah.
you.
No,
That was
no.
just you.
It wasn't. If I'm going
I
down,
punched him,
you
but
guys are going down with me.
That's crazy. I'm trying to think of. I will say this. I think Sunrise on the Reaping is probably the best and worst book in the terms of it is just heartbreaking. It is just suffering.
It's just
The
suffering. It's
entire
just
way.
it's a literally you start suffering from the first line, and it just doesn't stop.
Oh no, I'm scared.
Oh, Sunrise is god awful. It's a beautiful. Listen,
Wow.
it is my favorite. It has become my favorite book. Tied or very like nearly above Catching Fire. But my god, I would not recommend it to anyone because I
Mhm.
did not have I was not having fun.
But what I'm hearing is if book club continues and we get to that point,
I will read you
because
the trilogy ballad, which God help me, and then Sunrise. I swear to God, I will.
because I want to read it, but because like I know it's good, like I know it is, but you know me, like I have ADHD. I'm literally like playing with my fingers. I can't sit still when I'm trying to listen to you, you know. So it's like I can't do it with me reading an actual book. So I would need you to read it to me.
I will. Also, I did want to talk on what Nosi said because
Yeah.
there is a line in one of the chapters that we just read that I caught today because I reread the first 6 chapters this morning to just prepare myself for tonight. And there is a line, and I can find it very quickly because I highlighted it. Because I took notes, I annotated, I came ready.
Oh, you should have been reading your notes.
No, I just highlighted them because
Uh-huh.
and I have my thoughts. But there's one specific line. Where is it? And that I think really sums up what people in the districts go through very well. And it's such a throwaway line, but it's when Katniss says, "I know there must be more that they're not telling us, an actual account of what happened during the rebellion. But I don't spend much time thinking about it. Whatever the truth is, I don't see how it will help me get food on the table." The idea of propaganda and in school, all that they learn is coal and capital propaganda. That's
Mhm.
literally all that they learn. And the idea that, of course, they're not looking further into it because when do they have the time? They can't.
Right.
They have to eat. They have to survive. They don't have time to question. And that is a tactic that the capital uses because if people are poor, if people are starving, their primary concern is survival. It's not questioning their propaganda. And as an adult reading this, and we can't forget that the Hunger Games, so the Hunger Games was an idea that came to Suzanne Collins. No, that's no, see, it is very reminiscent of what's happening in Gaza. In terms of the food shortages. It's really horrifying to
No,
read
it's
and to see.
very surreal. Like it's genuinely like I can't even find the words to describe it because it's the way that these books, same thing with Handmaid's Tale, like this stuff is labeled as dystopian, but it's stuff that's happening, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, someone
Well, and
asked
to be
Suzanne
fair, Suzanne,
Collins.
yeah.
Yeah, someone asked Suzanne Collins, how further into the future do you is the Hunger Games set? And her answer was, depends on how optimistic you are.
Because
Yeah.
the possibility of it could literally be just a few years from now at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, as bad as the world is getting, as bad as the United States is getting, it's right around the corner.
Yeah. It's
Eh,
actually a lot of I know that a lot of historians who have read the Hunger Games has said that this is actually a very, very likely future for us.
My lip
This
gloss. Sorry.
this book series has been from what I understand
Maybe
they've
Maybe
said like
it's
it's very likely.
And I think that's why it's so important to consume. I don't hate scratch that. I hate the word consume. I think that's why it's so important to turn our attention to literature like this, right?
Mhm.
And to read it for what it is, which is so the idea for the Hunger Games came to Suzanne Collins. Right, she was like half asleep, channel surfing, and she was channel surfing between reality TV and reports on the Iraq War, and she was kind of looking at this being like, how are these things, like, how can I fucking channel surf from war to reality TV? And there's a theory that the reality TV show was Survivor, which makes sense. um and the Hunger Games as a trilogy is an exploration of the just war theory, which is basically, when is a war justified, when is a war morally. Hunger Games as a series, especially the main is commentary and an exploration of the just war theory. Um, so again, these are they're great books. They are incredibly entertaining books with really good characters and really good love stories, and like they're really interesting books to read. They're also really important pieces of literature that I think do a lot to keep us on our toes. And I think that recognizing pieces of our society in them is really important, because it also allows us to keep an eye out and to be alert to what is happening around us.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you listen to something and it sounds like the Hunger Games, you know shit's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, like, yeah, that, and like, again, I see a lot of resemblance with, if you guys have seen this, like, the show or read the book, The Handmaid's Tale, like, it's there too. Like, it's scary.
If I remember correctly, there is nothing that is in the book, The Handmaid's Tale, that is not rooted or parallel to something that has actually happened.
Yeah. Well, something that I saw today was, apparently, because again, I don't read, but something that I saw today was someone mentioning that fact that in the book, The Handmaid's Tale, with everything that is especially going on, in California, etc., that California was they couldn't even get California when everything was going on, when they were making Gilead, whatever. They ran them out. Like, that's the thing. It's just so crazy to me. Like, the like, it's not just, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah, these kinds of like books, these kinds of topics are 100% like stuff that honestly I actually think that out of a lot of like literature that we read, that there's stuff that we should read in school. Honestly, I think
100%.
Hunger Games is one of those things.
And
Like
that is one of the reason that Hunger Games was in the list of books to ban from Project 2025.
that's crazy. Are you serious?
Yeah, you didn't know
It
that?
was it
I
was on the
didn't
list.
know that. No.
Yeah, that and The Handmaid's
Yeah.
Tale were both banned. Yep.
Art
No.
is one of the biggest forms of protest that anyone can have in a fascist society.
You did have to read The Hunger Games in school? That's that's so interesting. I feel like it was never like, it was around in my school, but it was never like you had to read it, you know?
Yeah. I think that like having it in like school districts like curriculum makes so much sense because it doesn't shy away from topics. You know, I think that it's one of those things that really does need to be talked about. And
Mhm.
Suzanne Collins is literally a literary genius. Like her writing is so good. It engrosses you in the world and shows you like how, and you the thing is that you can see clear linear paths of how we could get here. Like reading those books, you could see a very clear path of how we get to that point.
Mhm.
And that's terrifying.
No, it is.
I love book club.
I love book club.
Book club.
I love book club so much. I love talking about things.
No,
I love talking about
yeah.
things.
Yeah,
And
and
I
these
think
are
like
like
it's so
important
important.
topics. Exact. Oh my god! Oh my god! Same wavelength. It's important topics, and like something that I was saying about like earlier on my stream is that at the end of the day, especially I think as creators, it's very and highly important. I think to be speaking about these topics.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 100%.
Anyone who is given, and here's the thing, and I say as someone who has not streamed for 2 months, so God, one day I'll get back to it when I
You
can.
got this. You got
But
this.
girl, it's on the books. But I think that any of us that have been given, and it is a gift. Any
Mhm.
sort of platform is a privilege. It is a gift that people have given us, regardless of it being a small platform or a larger one. It doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, you were given a gift of having people who, for some reason,
Mhm.
care for you, care about what you have to say, and want to give you their time. And in and of itself, that is a huge privilege.
Mhm.
And with that huge privilege comes a lot of responsibility. At the end of the day, we can't change the world, but we can change a little bit one stream at a time. If one person who is not educated on a topic hears about it, if one person who is educated clicks on a link, if someone donates $1, is if someone sees someone who is speaking to an audience, regardless of how small, and finds that inspiring so that they can also talk to other people and perpetuate the message, that breaks silence. That
Mhm.
continues a train of information and of caring. Like, it is incredibly important for creators to speak out about things.
100%.
And I think it is our responsibility. And I think that it is the only correct way to handle the privilege that we were given by our audiences.
100%. And like that's just something that I'm very I mean, you guys know me personally. That's something that I've tried to do the best that I can. I've had a platform since I was like 13 years old on different multiple accounts, don't get me wrong, but something that I always made it important to do was to always speak out about things that needed to be said. And I will continue to do so. Like my content creator friends and I will continue to speak out about the things that need to be said. You know?
And again, I think that there is like not it's never there's going to be times where we say like we try to bring awareness to something and it's not going to be 100% right. There are moments where you're going to misspeak.
Mm-hmm.
um I am very proud that I am surrounded by people who do their best to educate themselves, their best to learn about what's happening, do their best to try to figure out what they don't know, and when they do know what to say, are brave enough and respectful enough and decent enough to say the things that need to be said. And that makes me very proud of the people that I am around because, again, we can't like change the whole world, but shit, maybe a stream can change one person or help one person. And if that person helps another person, that's like two people, and so on and so forth. It's like the only good type of pyramid scheme.
So true. It's the only good pyramid scheme. Yeah.
Seriously.
And I'm really glad we're doing this.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that this is one of the best ones to start with as well, and then maybe we kind of go into Twilight a little bit and talk about
I
Twilight.
listen, I would love to sit here and yap about Twilight, especially because I've never read the Twilight books again. So it's like I would love to know how much more unhinged the
Oh,
Twilight
it's so
books
much
are.
fun. And actually,
Bella's funny in her head, actually.
Belle's
That was
actually
actually
funny, but
funnier.
actually doing Twilight would actually be really good because it would allow us to do like fundraise. Because there's a lot of controversy with Twilight, and it's deserved. But there is an actual Quileute,
Rigatoni.
and Not rigatoni. No, but there is an actual Quileute tribe that was appropriated when the books were written, and they are constantly like they have the tourism, but like they do have fundraisers. And if we ever do Twilight, I think we should sit down and try to do like a fundraiser,
Oh,
and donate
100%.
the money
Yeah.
to the Quileute tribe, because
Yeah.
I think that it is still interesting to read Twilight. Twilight is not like it is still an interesting book. It's got a lot of things that should be criticized, obviously. It is also pretty entertaining, and I think that we can, to an extent, enjoy art, keeping a
Art?
very, very
Question
critical
mark?
lens on it.
Art?
Uh,
Question mark? Is it art? I'm
she's
joking.
a good. I'll stand by this. She's a good writer. But I think that we do need to have a really analytical eye out of it, of course. And if we can, like, read them and also give back and
Yeah.
kind of, I think that'd be really nice.
No, yeah,
The one
100%.
thing
I
my
agree
ass
with
would
you.
never read, and I will stand by this, is that we've reached a point where there is no, like, the one thing, and I know everyone here agrees with it. We are not giving the transphobe anymore anything. I'm done with
No.
her.
Oh God, no.
So that's the one thing I'm like, my ass ain't reading that.
No,
Yeah.
Which
thank
sucks.
you.
My God, that was a big part of my life, but I love I love trans people more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's an important thing to remember
Mm-hmm.
whenever we're talking about the transphobe.
Yeah. We
We
put
put
her
her
in
in the
a
trash.
trash can, we do.
We could also do if we do ever end up getting to the point where we end up reading like Twilight, we could also do like donations obviously to the Quileute tribes, but we could also do a donation towards another, because the relationship between Bella and Edward and Jacob is extremely toxic. We all know
Yeah.
that. We could do a donation towards like other like foundations as well, like for
I love
Yeah.
how we've just decided we're like, again, this is such we're like 2 seconds away from making a podcast. This is like
Well,
2 seconds away from
Well, I do
making
want
a
to
podcast.
mention that this is basically us soft launching our podcast to a degree because this like we've talked about it before, Anna. I mean, not
No, we have.
necessarily the one topic that would be on our podcast,
No,
you know?
no, we're not ready for that
We're
one topic
no,
yet.
we're not, but it would be on the podcast, you know? But like basically soft launching. Book club is us soft launching our podcast.
No, especially because, like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm so glad we did this though, because I think that these are the sort of conversations that don't. They're conversations that are kind of tricky to have on a normal stream, not because we don't want to have them, but because it's very rare that the opportunity presents itself for
Mhm.
us to be looking at something like the Hunger Games in this case through a very analytical lens and paying attention to it, and it mentions and relates to topics that are very relevant. And I think that I'm really glad that we sat here today, and it gives us an opportunity to, not only as content creators but as people, go
Yes.
in a little bit deeper on how we feel about things, how we perceive the world, because I think that it's like, sure, we get to be silly, funny, haha, play block game, but I think that it's also important to do things like these, and I'm really glad we found a means to have conversations.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say like it brings it back to the conversation that we brought up earlier, but it's like it's very important to have these types of conversations, especially to underline it in quotations, disguise it as book club, but then to have this meaningful conversations about what it actually is going on and what it actually means. Do you
Yeah.
know, and to relate it to things that are happening in the real world. You know.
That's
I love you
I
guys.
kind of love how I love and hate how literature does that for people as well. Is like we get to see like you know what I mean? Because like it sucks that all of this stuff is happening in the world and that people are actually experiencing things like this and that people have to go through this and it's just it's heartbreaking, you know? Like,
Yeah.
and but being able to talk about it and show like this is the future. If we continue down this road, this is our future. Basically, like it'll definitely be different. There will probably be differences for sure, but there's a possibility that yes, there will be a time where people are not where this is the normal. This is how life actually is, and there's nothing people can do about it. There's nothing anybody can do about it because we didn't stop it beforehand.
And I think that is another thing that these conversations I think are really important, because every second that we are talking about things, every second that we are bringing attention to things, every second that we are using our voices, and like I use my case, a privileged voice. I am white. I am European. That in itself gives me a degree of privilege that allows me to safely have these conversations and to safely say these things. And I think that every second that someone with this level of privilege opens their mouth and uses their voice for the good, like for good, is one more second that we are keeping things like these from happening. And I think that, again, I think that this is really important, because like us having this conversation is probably not going to change the world, but it might help someone who is feeling like no one gave a shit.
Right.
And sometimes just knowing that someone really gives a shit about you, and that someone gives enough of a fuck to open their mouth, really goes a long way. And like, if we can do that for one person, I'm happy.
Right. No, exactly. You say my thoughts so well, Anna. I can't speak. I stutter a lot. Sometimes my thoughts aren't laid out, but you say them perfectly of how I want to say it.
So it's really funny. Ryan, the one time you can, Ryan's brain cell engages really, really well when mine isn't, and I say, Ryan, help. And Ryan will pull up,
I pull up.
regardless of how Ryan is feeling, regardless if Ryan is also nervous and not knowing what to say. Ryan will be like, I got this. And like in 5 minutes has like 7 paragraphs laid out, and then screams like, okay, I did it. Like,
I am a
that's how it
person,
works.
and here's the thing: the people that know me know this. A lot of people will say differently. Like, if you don't like me, you'll think that I'm a big bitch, whatever. But the people who know me genuinely, I feel like you will know deep down that I'm there for you. I will go to war with you. I will go to war for you. I do nothing besides risk everything for my friends. And that's one example for Anna. Like, Anna can be so exhausted, and I'm like, hold the phone. And I'll sit there and I'll just type. Even if I'm exhausted myself, I don't care. Like, I'll do anything possible to help my friends so they're not feeling shitty. You know?
Yeah, it is the ADHD urgency buff.
It is, it is. So
Okay,
true.
All right.
are we ready? Let me
I think
consider.
so.
Yes.
After this next chapter, I'm gonna have to make myself some more coffee, because I'm out.
I was gonna say, I think I kind of want a snack.
Okay, hold it for chapter 4. We hold it until
Okay.
chapter 4. We got this. Otherwise,
Wait, what chapter are we on?
Chapter
No,
3.
I thought
we are starting
We're
4.
going on to chapter
Oh, it's
four,
I thought
but
we
yeah.
finished
starting
3.
for-
Okay, wait, I'm gonna
Yeah.
start pinning it because I'm gonna get confused. Chapter 4. What
Ding
the
dong, chapter 4, page
freak?
47.
Wow, Yale's really keeping track.
Open up the book, kids!
Yeah.
How have we made it? How have we... That's crazy. I don't have the book, y'all.
Back to
Okay.
class.
Everyone, Get your notes app, write down your questions.
Wait, I
Okay.
have an emote for this. Wait.
Oh, I also have an emote for that.
There you
Where's
go.
my emotes? Where's my emotes?
No, but mine's cute. Mine's me. Write that down.
Okay, let's go. Chapter 4. For a few moments, Peeta and I take in the scene of our mentor trying to rise out of the slippery, vile stuff from his stomach. The reek of vomit and raw spirits almost brings my dinner up. We exchanged a glance. Obviously, Haymitch isn't much, but Effie Trinket is right about one thing. Once we're in the arena, he's all we've got. As if by some unspoken agreement, Peeta and I each take one of Haymitch's arms and help him to his feet. I tripped? Haymitch asks. Smells bad. He wipes his hand on his nose, smearing his face with vomit. Let's get you back to your room, says Peeta. Clean you up a bit. We half-lead, half-carry Haymitch back to his compartment. Since we can't exactly set him down on the embroidered bedspread, we haul him into the bathtub and turn the shower on him. He hardly notices. It's okay, Peeta says to me. I'll take it from here. I can't help feeling a little grateful, since the last thing I want to do is strip down Haymitch, wash the vomit out of his chest hair, and tuck him into bed. Possibly Peeta's trying to make a good impression on him, to be his favorite once the games begin. But judging by the state he's in, Haymitch will have no memory of this tomorrow. All right, I say.
His
I
what?
can send one of the Capitol people to help you.
His
There's
chest
any
hair?
number on the train. Cooking for us, waiting on us, guarding us, taking care of us is their job. No, I don't want them, says Peeta. I nod and head to my own room. I understand how Peeta feels. I can't stand the sight of the Capitol people myself, but making them deal with might be a small form of revenge. So I'm pondering the reason why he insists on taking care of Haymitch, and all of a sudden I think it's because he's kind. Just as he was kind to give me the bread. The idea pulls me up short. A kind Peeta Malark is far more dangerous to me than an unkind one. Kind people have a way of working their way inside me and rooting there, and I can't let Peeta do this. Not where we're going. So I decide from this moment on to have as little to do as possible to do with the
Not
baker's son.
Ruth.
When I get back up to my room, the train is pausing on a platform to refuel. I quickly open the window,
Will you
toss the
forgive me
cookies
if I
Peeta's
give you a
father gave
tar?
me out the train, and slam the glass shut. No more. No more of either of them. Unfortunately, the packet of cookies hits the ground and bursts open in a patch of dandelions by the track. I only see the image for a
Okay,
moment
here's
because
your
the train is
star.
off again, but it's enough. Enough to remind me of that other dandelion in the schoolyard years ago. I had just turned away from Peeta Malark's bruised face when I saw the
There's your
dandelion,
tar.
and knew hope wasn't lost. I plucked it carefully and hurried home. I grabbed a bucket in Prim's hand and headed to the meadow, and yes, it was dotted
A
with
tar for
golden-headed
you.
weeds. After we'd harvested those, we scrounged along inside the fence for probably a mile until we'd filled the bucket with the dandelion green stems and flowers. That night, we gorged ourselves on dandelion salad and the rest of the bakery bread. What else? Prim asked me.
Me
What other
mentioned.
food can we find? All kinds of things, I promised her. I just have to remember
Babe,
them.
they're eating me.
My mother had a book she'd brought with her from the apothecary shop. The pages were made of old parchment and covered in ink drawings of plants. Neat handwritten blocks told us their names, where to gather them, when they came in bloom, their medical uses. But my father added other entries to the book: plants for eating, not healing, dandelions, pokeweed, wild onions, pines.
You make a
Prim and I
good
spent the rest of the
salad.
night poring over those pages.
We're
The next day, we were off
on
school.
chapter 4
For a
and they're
while, I
eating
hung
a
around the edges of the
dandelion.
meadow,
They're
but
eating
finally
me.
I worked up the courage to go under the
I
fence.
make a good salad.
It was the first time I'd been there alone, without my father's weapons to protect me. But I retrieved the small bow and arrows he'd made
Mo,
from
do
a
you want to
hollow
come
tree.
join?
I probably didn't
Do you
go
wanna
more
come
than 20
listen?
yards into the woods that day. Most of the time, I perched up in the branches of an old oak, hoping for game to come by. After several
How the
hours,
tables have
I had the
turned.
good luck to kill a rabbit. I'd shot a few rabbits
real.
before with my father's guidance, but this I'd done on my own. We hadn't had meat in months. The sight of the rabbit seemed to stir something in my mother. She roused
Did you see
herself,
the video
skinned the
that Lit
carcass, and made a
made?
stew with the meat and then some of the greens Prim had gathered.
Did Moo
Then
leave?
she acted confused and went back to bed, but when the stew
Where's
was done, we
FG
made her
Moo?
eatable. The woods became our savior, and each day I went a bit further into its arms. It was slow
FG
going at
Moo!
first, but I was determined to feed us. I stole eggs from nests, caught fish in nets, sometimes manage to shoot a squirrel or rabbit for stew, and
Unmod
gather the
myself from
various
both
plants that sprung
channels.
up beneath my feet. Plants are tricky. Many are edible, but one false mouthful and you're dead. I checked and double checked the plants I harvested with my father's
Where is
pictures. I kept us
FG
alive.
Moo?
Any sign of danger, a distant howl, the inexplicable break of a branch sent me flying back to the fence at first. Then I began to risk climbing trees to escape the wild dogs that quickly got bored and moved on. Bears and cats
Oh, hi FG
lived
Moo. I didn't
deeper
know you were
in,
still here.
perhaps disliking the
I
sooty reek of
forget
our
what I
district.
even said to. Oh,
On May 8th, I went to the
I
Justice
forget what I
Building,
even said
signed
to
up for my
FG Moo.
tesserae, and pulled home my first batch of grain and oil in Prim's toy wagon. On the 8th of every month, I was entitled to do the same. I
Yeah,
couldn't stop
you're a
hunting and
lurker
gathering, of
freak.
course. The grain was not enough to live on, and there were other things to buy:
Do you want to
soap
come
and milk and
join?
thread. What we didn't absolutely have to eat, I
Oh,
began to
and did
trade
you
at the
see
hog.
Lint's video?
It was frightening to enter that place without my father at first, but people had respected him,
Speaking
and
of
they
that,
accepted me. Game was game after all, no matter who shot it.
did you?
I also sold at the back doors of the wealthier clients in town, trying to
Oh, I
remember
don't
what
think
my
Lint
father had
posted
told me,
it.
and learning a few tricks as well. The butcher would buy my rabbits, but not squirrels. The baker enjoyed squirrel, but would only trade for one if his wife wasn't around. The head peacekeeper loved
Yet.
wild turkey.
You
The
didn't post
mayor
it
had a
anywhere
passion for
yet.
strawberries. In late summer, I was washing up in a pond when I noticed the
I
plants growing
posted
around
a
me,
video.
tall with leaves like arrowheads, blossoms with 3 white petals. I knelt down in the water, my fingers
Yeah, go
digging
look
into
at
the
my
soft
Twitter
mud,
post.
and I pulled up handfuls of the
The
roots.
Ryan sense,
Small bluish
exactly.
tubers that didn't look like much, but boiled or baked are as good as any potato. Katniss,
I
I
sent
said
it
aloud.
telepathically.
It's the plant I was named for. And I heard my father's voice joking, as long as you find yourself, you'll never starve. I spent hours stirring up the pond bed with my toes and a stick, gathering the tubers that floated to the top. That night, we feasted on fish and Katniss roots until we were all, for the first time in months, full. Slowly, my mother returned to us. She began to clean and cook and preserve some of the food I brought in for winter. People traded us or paid money for her medical remedies. One day, I heard her singing. Prim was thrilled to have her back, but I kept watching, waiting for her to disappear on us again. I didn't trust her. And some small gnarled place inside me hated her for her weakness, for her neglect, for the months she had put us through. Prim forgave her, but I had taken a step back from my mother, put up a wall to protect myself from needing her, and nothing was ever the same between us again.
Hello, hi, hello.
Now I was going to die without that ever being set right. I thought of how I had yelled at her today in the Justice Building. I had told her I loved her too, though, so maybe it would all balance out. For a while, I stand staring out the train window, wishing I could open it again, but unsure what would happen at such a high speed. In the distance, I see the lights of another district. 7, 10, I don't
Let
know.
me see.
I think about the people in their homes, settling in for bed. I imagine my home with its shutters drawn tight. What are they doing now, my mother and Prim? Were they able to eat supper? The fish stew and the strawberries? Or did it lay untouched on their plates? Did they watch the recap of the day's events on the battered old TV that sits on the table against the wall? Surely there were more tears. Is my mother holding up, being strong for Prim? Or has she already started to slip away, leaving the weight of the world on my sister's fragile shoulders? Prim will undoubtedly sleep with my mother tonight. The thought of that scruffy old buttercup posting himself on the bed to watch over Prim comforts me. If she cries, he will nose his way into her arms and curl up there until she calms down and falls asleep. I'm so glad I didn't drown him. Imagining my home makes me ache with loneliness. This day has been endless. Could Gail and I have been eating blackberries only this morning? It feels like a lifetime ago. Like a long dream that deteriorated into a nightmare. Maybe if I go to sleep, I will wake up back in District 12 where I belong. Probably the drawers hold any number of nightgowns, but I just strip off my shirt and pants and climb into bed in my underwear. The sheets are made of soft, silky fabric. A thick, fluffy comforter gives immediate warmth. If I'm going to cry, now is the time to do it. By morning, I'll be able to wash the damage done by the tears from my face. But no tears come. I'm too tired or too numb to cry. The only thing I feel is a desire to be somewhere else. So I let the train rock me into oblivion. Gray light is leaking through the curtains when the rapping rouses me. I hear Effie Trinket's voice, calling me to rise. Up, up, up! It's gonna be a big, big, big day. I
How
try and
Anna
imagine for
does
a moment
Effie's
what it must
voice
be
is
like
really
inside that
silly.
woman's head. What thoughts fill her waking hours? What dreams come to her at night? I have no idea. I put the green outfit back on since it's not really dirty, just slightly crumpled from spending the night on the floor. My fingers trace the circle around the little gold mockingjay, and I think of the woods, and of my father, and of my mother, and Prim waking up, having to get on with things. I slept in the elaborate braided hair my mother did for the reaping, and it doesn't look too bad, so I just leave it up. It doesn't matter. We can't be far from the capital now, and once we reach the city, my stylist will dictate my look for the opening ceremonies tonight anyway. I just hope I get one who doesn't think nudity is the last word in fashion. As I enter the dining cart, Effie Trinket brushes by me with a cup of black coffee. She's muttering obscenities under her breath. Hamish, his face puffy and red from the previous day's indulgences, is chuckling. Peter holds a roll and looks somewhat embarrassed. Sit down, says Hamish, waving me over. The moment I slide into my chair, I am served an enormous platter of food. Eggs, ham, piles of fried potatoes. A tureen of fruit sits in ice to keep it chilled. The basket of rolls they set before me would keep my family going for a week. There's an elegant glass of orange juice. At least I think it's orange juice. I've only tasted an orange once, at New Year's when my father bought me one as a special treat. A cup of coffee. My mother adores coffee, which we could almost never afford, but it only tastes bitter and thin to me. A rich, brown cup of something I've never seen. They call it hot chocolate, says Peta. It's good. I take a sip of hot, sweet, creamy liquid, and a
I
shudder
love
runs through me.
Peeta.
Even though the rest of the meal beckons, I ignore it until I've drained my cup. Then I stuff down every mouthful I can hold, which is a substantial amount, being careful to not overdo it on the richer stuff. One time, my mother told me that I always eat like I'll never see food again. And I said, I won't unless I bring it home. That shut her up. When my stomach feels like it's about to split open, I lean back and take in my breakfast companions. Peta is still eating, breaking off bits of roll and dipping them in hot chocolate. Hamish hasn't paid much attention to his platter, but he's knocking back a glass of red juice that he keeps thinning with a clear liquid from a bottle. Judging by the fumes, it's some kind of spirit. I don't know Hamish, but I've seen him often enough in the hob, tossing handfuls of money on the counter of the woman who sells white liquor. He'll be incoherent by the time we reach the capital. I realize I detest Hamish. No wonder the District 12 tributes never stand a chance. It isn't just that we've been underfed and lack training. Some of our tributes have still been strong enough to make a go of it. But we rarely get sponsors, and he's a big part of the reason why. The rich people who back tributes, either because they're betting on them or simply for the bragging rights of picking a winner, expect someone classier than Hamish to deal with. So you're supposed to give us advice, I say to Hamish. Here's some advice. Stay alive, says Hamish, and then bursts out laughing. I exchange a look with Peta before I remember I'm having nothing more to do with him. I'm surprised to see the hardness in his eyes. He generally seems so mild. That's very funny, says Peta. Suddenly, he lashes out at the glass in Hamish's hand. It shatters on the floor, sending the blood-red liquid running towards the back of the train. Only not to us. Hamish considers this a moment, then punches Peta in the jaw, knocking him from his chair. When he turns back to reach for the spirits,
Why
I
would
drive my
Hamish do
knife into the
that?
table between his hand and the bottle, barely missing his fingers. I brace myself to deflect his hit, but it doesn't come. Instead, he sits back and squints at us. Well, what's this? Says Hamish. Did I actually get a pair of fighters this year? Peter rises from the floor and scoops up a handful of ice from under the fruit tureen. He starts to raise it to the red mark on his jaw. No, says Hamish, stopping him. Let the bruise show. The audience will think you've mixed it up with another tribute before you've even made it to the arena. That's against the rules, says Peta. Only if they catch you. That bruise will say you fought. You weren't caught. Even better, says Hamish. He turns to me. Can you hit anything with that knife besides a table? The bow and arrow is my weapon, but I've spent a fair amount of time throwing knives as well. Sometimes, if I've wounded an animal with an arrow, it's better to get a knife in it too before I approach it. I realize that if I want Hamish's attention, this is my moment to make an impression. I yank the knife out of the table, get a grip on the blade, and then throw it onto the wall across the room. I was actually just hoping to get a good solid stick, but it lodges in the
In
seam
the
between two panels,
movie,
making me
it's
look a
just on the
lot better
table,
than I
I
am.
think.
Stand over there, both of you, says Hamish, nodding to the middle of the room. We obey and he circles us, prodding us like animals at times, checking our muscles, examining our faces. Well, you're not entirely hopeless. Seem fit. And once the stylists get a hold of you, you'll be attractive enough. Peter and I don't question this. The Hunger Games aren't a beauty contest, but the best looking tributes always seem to pull more sponsors. Alright, I'll make a deal with you. You don't interfere with my drinking, and I'll stay sober enough to help you, says Hamish. But you have to do exactly what I say. It's not much of a deal, but still a giant step forward from 10 minutes ago when we had no guide at all. Fine, says Peter. So help us, I say. When we get to the arena, what's the best strategy at the cornucopia for someone? One thing at a time. In a few minutes, you'll be pulling into the station. You'll be put in the hands of your stylists. You're not going to like what they do to you, but no matter what it is, don't resist, says Hamish. But, I begin. No buts. Don't resist, says Hamish. He takes the bottle of spirits from the table and leaves the car. As the door swings shut behind him, the car goes dark. There are still a few lights inside, but outside it's as if night has fallen again. I realize we must be in the tunnel that runs up through the mountains into the capital. The mountains form a natural barrier between the capital and the eastern district. It's almost impossible to enter from the east except through the tunnels. This geographical advantage was a major factor in the districts losing the war that led to my being a tribute today. Since the rebels had to scale the mountains, they were easy targets for the capital's air forces. Peter Malark and I stand in silence as the train speeds along. The tunnel goes on, and I think of the tons of rocks separating me from the sky and my chest tightens. I hate being encased in stone this way. It reminds me of the mines and my father, trapped, unable to reach sunlight, buried forever in the darkness. The train finally begins to slow, and suddenly bright light floods the compartment. We can't help it. Both Peter and I run to the window to see what we've only seen on the television. The capital, the ruling city of Panem. The cameras haven't lied about its grandeur. If anything, they have not quite captured the magnificence of the glistening buildings in a rainbow of hues that tower into the air, the shiny cars that roll down the wide paved streets, the oddly dressed people with bizarre hair and painted faces who never missed a meal. All the colors seem artificial, the pinks too deep, the greens too bright, the yellows painful to the eyes. Like the flat, round discs of hard candy we can never afford to buy at the tiny sweets shop in District 12. The people begin to point at us eagerly as they recognize a tribute train rolling into the city. I step away from the window, sickened by their excitement, knowing they can't wait to watch us die. But Peter holds his ground, actually waving and smiling at the gawking crowd. He only stops when the train pulls into the station, blocking us from their view. He sees me staring at him and shrugs. Who knows, he says. One of them may be rich. I have misjudged him. I think of his actions since the reaping began. The friendly squeeze of my hand, his father showing up with the cookies and promising to feed Prim. Did Peter put him up to that? His tears at the station, volunteering to wash Hamish, but then challenging him this morning when apparently the nice guy approached failed. And now the waving at the window, already trying to win the crowd. All of the pieces are still fitting together, but I sense he has a plan forming. He hasn't accepted his death. He's already fighting hard to stay alive, which also means that kind Peter Malark, the boy who gave me the bread, is fighting hard to kill me. And that's the end of chapter 4.
Wait, this is so interesting. So, like, she literally thinks Peeta's gonna kill her.
Girl, she has no idea. Okay, I love Katniss Everdeen, but you need to understand.
Everyone is going to kill her or try to kill her.
She is going through life. Okay, you need to think back of what we've
Everyone is
already
an enemy
read.
until they are like one of 3 people, which is
Like,
her mom who can't do anything, her sister, and Gale.
and you need to think about what we have heard from her so far, right?
Yeah.
And this is a really interesting thing to start to put into perspective. So we know that she thinks that no one likes her in District 12, that no one cares about her in District 12, that people love Prim, and that they tolerate her because of her connection to Prim. That the only reason that people did the salute, that means a lot for District 12, is because she took Prim's spot, right? And she protected Prim. And then you see things like, and you see her talking, for example, about Madge. They eat lunch together. They sit together in class. They are like partnered together for physical activities. They walk to school together. They're friends, and Katniss only realizes this when Madge gives her a kiss on the cheek. Like, this girl has no idea. Like, when you look at things from a white perspective, Katniss is someone who hunts. someone who provides people with meat that they otherwise cannot find and cannot afford. She trades. She is an incredibly active member of this community. She has no fucking clue. It only dawned on her on the train that PETA gave her the bread because he's kind. She has no clue about anything.
She's so autistic, she hurts me sometimes.
No, and it is also the reality of the games. Like, being in the games means everyone is, like, only one of them makes it out.
Yeah,
So
realistically, at the point that she's at, only one of them is going to make it out. It is fair to assume that if he is not going to just lay down and die, then he's going to be gunning for her to die. Like, he's going, even if it's not her dying specifically at his
Mhm.
hand, he's still going to hope that she dies.
and I think
If
something
he's
that
not
is
going to let
also
her
Wait,
die.
why is it that this entire time I thought it's like you and your fellow like district tribute, like
No,
we're
that
on
was
the
a
same
specific.
team?
No.
some of them are. Here's the thing.
Sometimes,
It's
but
very
it's not
much
always.
not always, right? Because here's the thing. At the end of the day, only one of you makes it.
Also, ads are
And
about to start. Eat them up.
crunch, crunch, crunch. We also need to talk about the fact that, and this is really important, Katniss is and I made a note about this in the first chapter. I wrote some notes on the first chapter, but I didn't bring them up because I didn't want to sound preachy. But I think it's also really important to look at the story and look at what we already know and have read and what we are going to read going forward. That Katniss's relationships are all inherently transactional and are very much the way that she views people and the way that she cherishes her connections with people. Yes, it is care and love, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the weight they hold is very based on survival. If you look at the relationships that she holds dearest, there is an element of survival in all of them. And when she talks about her father, for example, the majority of what she comes back to is survival.
Right.
Like, the people that have a connection with survival, her father, PETA, and Gale, and then the transactional aspect of the community in 12, her relationships, the way she sees the world, is really transactional. Prim is the only exception.
I
So
was gonna say,
when
Prim's
she
the only one is not
Hmm?
like that.
Hmm?
Prim's the only one that is not like
Yeah.
that.
See,
Which
but you could even say it still is, though, because it's just reversed. It's still a very dear one to her, but it's because she is the one that is
Keeps
providing the
Prim
What?
alive.
survival.
Wait. Her
Because
thoughts
that's
about
why,
Gail getting a wife, is she said she would be jealous purely because he's a good hunting
Yeah.
partner.
Yeah, and when she
Yeah.
goes on the whole, after they have the marriage conversation and she goes on that whole tangent. She's like, well, he could get married, he can do stuff.
Plenty of girls
People
like
want to
him,
girls
but
like him.
I'd be jealous.
I'd be a bit jealous, but that's because a good hunting partner is really hard to find. She has no her relationships and the way, and you can really see this with PETA, and I think PETA's a great example of this.
Yeah.
Because the first thing she's like, I owe him, and I hate owing people. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that
hold on,
PETA
Grace.
doesn't see her as owing him.
no.
She's so fucking funny. She's so fucking funny. Girl, she doesn't know
She's
nothing.
autistic. It's fine.
She's so fucking autistic. She is the most
She is
autistic.
autistic and deeply traumatized.
She knows
Yeah.
nothing.
She knows starvation and
She,
loss and grief and
from what I understand, this is just from watching cinema therapy. She suffers from PTSD. Right now.
Yes.
In this
Yes.
point in time, she already has PTSD because she literally has nightmares of her dad dying
Yeah.
in the mines.
And I think we need to,
PTSD.
and I think that's something that is really important here. And I say this because I think it's good to keep in mind that every victor, and Haymitch as a victor, and every single tribute comes into this because I think that we can't forget that just because District 12 is the worst off every single tribute, regardless of their district, comes in fundamentally traumatized. And not just because they were raped. Like, life in the district, even though there is a
Even
clear
the good
divide,
districts, like
even the
quote
quote-unquote good
unquote.
district. And she goes more into the career districts, which is 1, 2, and 4. But
In the
these are
books, they
still
don't count for
children.
in the movies.
Yeah, they don't count 4 in the movies, but in the books, District 4 is a career district.
Really?
And yeah,
Yes, Finnick Dare is a career like he was a career tribute. The reason I think that the
Finnick.
reason they didn't go with that in the movies is because realistically, as a 14-year-old, someone should have volunteered for him in a career district, and
Yeah.
they didn't.
yeah,
Oh
something
my
Because
happened.
god. Are you
a
serious?
14-year-old should
Yeah.
not, because that is what they do. 17 and 8-year-olds, 18-year-olds will volunteer for any of the younger tributes, like up
Oh.
to like 15,
But no one did
and
for
then after that, it's
him?
not. No one
No.
did.
Oh my god.
He is also the so no one under the age of 14 has ever won.
No,
From
it's just him.
he's the
He is
youngest.
the youngest to ever win.
Yeah, I knew that part. I knew that.
Oh, actually, in the books, that is not 100% correct. In the
I will
books,
say that I think that one was done that was done intentionally, added in. Like, I think Suzanne made it clear, because it was in the books. It just says that he's one of the youngest, or like he was the youngest, or like it
yeah, it's
mentions, but it doesn't
implied that he is one
specify.
of the youngest. Um,
But I'm pretty sure that it was set up that way in the movies because Suzanne wanted people to know for sure that that was the youngest to make it through the games.
oh,
Finnick
no,
Dare
but
made it through at 14, and then
ugh,
really
we're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there. Not tonight. I
Go
can't.
where?
I
Where are
can't.
we going?
Girl, anyway.
we're going to
We're not
Traumaville.
going. Not the trauma. No, but I think like it's really important that even the career districts, these are children who are trained to kill and to like they are trained to go into the games. You don't get trained to go into the children murder games for the glory of your district and come out normal.
Yeah.
You're
Like
still
every
traumatized.
district, like even the ones that are still, and we need to. So there is, for example, District 1, right, which is
Mm-hmm.
considered to be the wealthiest district. Uh, I'm gonna pull something up that I find super interesting. District 1 is the wealthiest district of Panem. It has a population of around 24,000 and tesserae of around 1,600. There are still people taking out tesserae in District 1. Like, just because it is the district that is better well off, it doesn't mean that there are not children in those districts having to take tesserae to survive.
Yeah.
And I think
The
that, like,
richest people that you're going to encounter in the districts is lower middle class.
if that.
Like,
There is something
almost
else.
everybody is.
This is it's discussed more later in the books. 2 is treated the best out of everybody.
Well, they have to be, what with them holding
Yes,
Yeah,
that
because
gun.
you
they
need to
have.
make sure that you keep them loyal, because you don't want
Yeah.
your police
So,
officers to turn against you.
Really?
so yep.
Yes.
So they are treated the best out of
They're
every other district. They are treated the best. They get like a little bit more food. And I think a little bit more privilege, but they're still pretty like there's under lock and key still.
Like, you have two choices. You still can go to the mines, but you also have the option to become a peacekeeper, which is, the police. Um, so they treat them better because that way you are keeping them loyal to you. And then it also may, by giving them more food, you're keeping them healthier so that they are good soldiers, not just in terms of loyalty, but in terms of strength.
Also, the peacekeeper like I think that they're trained for, from like very young to be peacekeepers, which makes the academy like for the hunger that like because there's like special academies that the career tributes go to
Yeah.
that from
Yeah,
very young.
there's an academy in each of the career districts.
Yep.
And it is, and Katniss goes into this, that it is not legal for them to train. it's just overlooked. Like, this is just a thing that happens. And
So
I
so
just
they're
think
not
that this is an
supposed to, but
no,
yet
No,
but it's illegal,
it's
but they do it, and
Snow turns a blind eye to it because it provides more entertainment.
and I just think that like all of these are really important notes to make before we get into Katniss's view of everything, because I think that we can't, at least as grown adults, we can't look at what Katniss says and not question it, because she is a traumatized 16-year-old who doesn't really, and we also need to have this perspective. The districts are completely segregated. There is no travel between districts. There is no information between districts. Katniss doesn't know what the fuck is happening in any other district. All that they know is what they know from the capital, and the propaganda that they are fed in school. So, and what they witnessed during the games. So realistically, a lot of Katniss's opinions, a lot of what Katniss sees, is fundamentally incorrect, not because she's wrong, but because that's all she's ever seen, right? She doesn't have access to more information. And a lot of the judgments that she makes are very tunneled because she doesn't really know more than that. And she can't know more than that because that's how it works, right? If you restrict people being able to talk to each other, it's really hard for bitches to rebel if no bitches can talk to each other.
yeah.
Like, how is the capital going to, how do you keep the dark days? And the dark days are the last rebellion, right? The last rebellion, all the districts got together, rebelled against the capital. There was a big war. It ended with 13 being bombed and obliterated, and then the Hunger Games began. How do you keep people in check and avoid there being another dark days? You completely restrict their information. They can't talk to each other. They can't organize. They can riot and they can rebel in their own districts, but that's really easy to quell because you just kill them. That's as simple as that. There's rebels, you kill them, you take care of them. People are going to be afraid. They are not going to want to rebel. They're not going to want to take the chance. And you slowly create an environment of fear that makes people not want to speak up. Because if you speak up, you could be next. So it is fun, like Panem, like the entirety of Panem is built on, and this is really interesting one day eventually when we get to Ballad, because the entirety of Panem is built to stop and prevent another rebellion like the Dark Days, another war. Because the Dark Days was not a rebellion; it was a full-blown war between the districts and the capital.
Yeah, it was
and the entire system of Panem today, like by the time that Katniss is at the 74th games, it is entirely built on making sure that there never is another war again. Which has nothing to do with one man's trauma at all.
Also, the Hunger Games is 100% to also keep the districts like pitted against each other, so and hate each other, like so that also prevents them from wanting communication with each other, from wanting to rebel. Because how can you trust
them
somebody
against each other? Then they can't. That they don't turn against you.
Also, again, we won't go into like specifics because we'll get into that later, but like we do know that the system is rigged sometimes, that reapings are rigged at times. So
well, them because Ballad.
And that was very early on, right?
Ballad is not rigged in terms of government.
No, not the capital. But yes, that's what I mean though. Like
that one was the mayor, but then we also do have like confirmation that Victor's children get reaped. If you are not an obedient Victor, your child could get reaped.
And even then, it is Katniss notes later. It's not that big of a spoiler. Katniss notes later that children of victors are reaped incredibly often.
Wow.
So Katniss
Like
makes
children
that
or
a point.
siblings
Like
or any of that.
children, like family of victors, especially children, get reaped at like an alarming rate. But that's where the entertainment part comes in, right? Because so this goes into an interesting way to talk about this. The word panem. Panem comes from the Latin phrase panem et circense, which means bread in circuses. It's the idea that if you give people food and entertainment, they will be appeased. So it is very much like the idea of it's why and there's a lot of interesting things that we can get into at some point. The use of Latin, the use of names are really important in this series, and they tend to names tend to mirror the characters in one way or another. But like Panem, oh yeah, I saw Nosy.
Yeah, Nosi said it's like how they talked about Gale's anger towards Mads, but at the same time, Katniss says he has talked about the class divide in 12 and how he knows the government wants them to hate each other. And then Yale said it's an awful reality show for the rich.
Yeah, and it's very much that, right? Gale, and I think that this is really interesting and a really interesting point because it's very interesting to see how Gale is fully aware of this. And like Gale, thousands of people are fully aware that the Tesserae, that the fact that even within a district like 12, where they are all poor, like, we, by how Katniss describes things, you can look at the merchant class and think they're rich. They're not. They're really not. They are better off than the seem. But there is still class divides within a district like 12. And Gale knows that and the Tesserae and the poverty that they live in is a tool of the capital. He is aware of this. He knows that they are doing this to divide them, to create infighting, to make them hate each other. Because if they hate each other and they're not, holding hands and kumbayaing, that's safer. He knows that, but he still falls for it because he's a kid. He's human, and it's these sorts of.
Oh, thank you so much.
Good luck on your path to partner Ryan Volo
Oh, hi, Corbin.
Stevens.
Oh, thank you so
Hello.
much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. We're locking in. We're locking in. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
But like, what was I saying? But yeah, like it's one of those things where he knows this, and he still falls for it, and they all do because what else can they do, right? And I think that when we talk about like the way that this world is set up and the way that the capital itself is set up, because at some point I'm going to go on a tangent on capitalites and how the people in the capital are just as controlled and are just like they are as controlled and as segregated as the districts, but that is a conversation that no one is ever ready to have. Yeah, use Greek and Roman names too. The idolization of classical history. Yep.
Yeah,
The capital.
anyone from the capital and a lot of people in District 2 especially they have Roman names specifically. And then you do have, so a lot of people like to think that Peta's name comes from the bread. It does not. It's actually like most likely that it comes from like an actual name, Peta, which is like stone because he is sturdy, right? And then you have the further out in the districts you get, the more likely your names are not to be specific to the capital and like the region of like the Roman names. You're more likely to have names that have a deeper meaning to them in terms of, oh, look, a cat. And I've completely lost my
He wants
but
to
yeah, like
stream.
it's super interesting, and I always find it really interesting that Panem is named Panem. Like it's bread and circuses. It's how you keep things running. you use food, and that works both for the capital, who is overfed,
You're
quote unquote,
stupid.
and the district, um, and the circuses. The Hunger Games are just a way to distract the masses, right? It's, you know what it is, and I'm gonna make a parallel that I hate to make, but feels a little bit on the nose.
Oh, from the
It's,
word Petra?
yeah,
Interesting.
um, the Hunger Games are uh, kind of like when there was an active bombing in Gaza and everyone was looking at the Met Gala. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
it's bread and circus. You
Yeah.
give people something shiny to look at, and people get distracted.
Yeah.
So
Which is
that's
fucking
like
crazy.
ultimately, it's human nature, and it is something that I think like this series works with really well, because it's like you give them a show, they get distracted, and this has been the Hunger Games have been going on for 74 years. That is nearly a century of this.
Yeah.
Like it is insane. I think by the 74th there are 1,400 something tributes. That means that there are 1,400 something dead children in the name of these games, and only 75, like 73 people at this point have made it out. Like, it is, when you look at it like this is a system that has been working for 74 years. So Snow was doing something right. Fucking Coriolanus. In
Choreo.
Coriolanus.
Yeah. Choreo. Wait.
Sejanus
Preface on anus?
There's another thing.
Splint wouldn't stand for this.
The capital. I just realized that, like, there's also, like, if you think about the idea that also thinking about, like, the capitalites also being controlled, they are also being pinned against the districts, and the districts are being pinned against them, because the capitalites see the districts as essentially animals.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that will be made very, very clear very soon. Like, which is why I'm like, we could talk about that for a second. They see them as animals, and the districts see the capitalites as these really, like they see them as like like pretentious kinds of people, ignorant.
Right.
And that's made it very clear.
And I think that there's something really interesting, and I caught this today when I was rereading a few chapters, which is the depersonalization and the dehumanization that occurs both from, because it's not just that they are like, Katniss does not see them as people. They're
No.
odd and confusing, and they don't see Katniss as a person. And that is how they win, right? That is why the capital, and the capital is as, and this is a complicated conversation to have, because at the end of the day, capitalites are incredibly privileged. They are
Mhm.
also victims of propaganda. They are also victims of the segregation that exists. They are also, like, they are the product of what they are given. And they aren't giving a lot of information either. They're made to look at everything and feel that it is normal. And I think that when we don't discuss the fact that, for better or for worse, the capital is as much of a victim of Panem in terms of them as a society and what they are not allowed to think and see for reality, I think like we lose a big layer of this conversation, because the capitalites are people too. They were not given a chance to be fucking normal. Now, they're not starving. They have incredibly cushy, privileged lives.
Kitty
But
has
there are
thumbs.
really interesting points throughout the entire
She's
story
stuck.
that really highlight. Oh, pretty.
The kitty has thumbs, yeah. Kitty has thumbs. She has hands. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah, no, but like I just think it's really interesting, and I think it's also important to view the capital and at least not the people in power, right? Because there's a lot of people that hold significant power in the capital, but there are people that are just everyday Joe over there. Not all of them are rich. Not all of them like the capital is as class like it has as much of a class divide as any other district. Um, it's just different arenas, I guess. On that note, I'm gonna make myself a little bit more coffee, and I'm gonna go pee because I got this. Yale, did you keep track of where we're going? We're going to chapter 5.
Okay.
Chapter 5, page 60. There
Okay.
you go, Yale.
That's
Okay. Let's pee though.
Damn, that
Okay.
was on top.
Y'all yap. I'm gonna get coffee and pee.
okay.
I
How's
just
everyone
did a-
doing?
I'm so happy I get to talk about this. One of my favorite series people.
How are we doing?
Good.
Good. I'm just
Happy.
happy to be here. I'm also really tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
No, yeah.
No,
It's
for
been 3
real.
hours
I'm
and 20
also
minutes.
hungry.
You should go get
My
a snack. Go get a snack.
Go get a snack.
guys, my
I got
ADHD
you.
is winning.
The ADHD is winning. I'm trying my best to stay focused. I really am,
It's
but
not
it's really
fine.
hard.
No, little break is good.
Y'all have to, are we locking in? Because if we're not locking in, I'm not making more coffee. It's 2 in the morning. But are we
Ah,
locking in?
yeah. That's is Ryan still good?
No, like I have to make it till 5 hours. Like we're at 3 hours and 19 minutes. So like
Mm-hmm.
I'm down to lock in. It's only what? We're only going to chapter 5? Is that what I'm
Yeah.
understanding? So that's only one more chapter.
Yes.
So it is what it is. And then like afterwards, maybe I'll play Phasmo if anyone wants to play Phasmo with me.
I'll play
Okay, one more
Phasmo.
chapter. Okay, I have that in me.
Or Dandy's World.
Girl,
Oh, Dandy,
girl, I love you, but after I have work tomorrow
No,
at 8:30.
I know that you're done after this. That's fine, and I appreciate you and I love you.
I love you. I will do Dandy's World some other time. I'm still very confused on the concept of it.
It's so
Okay,
much fun.
I'm gonna go grab water real quick.
Go grab some water.
It's
But we can do Phasmo or Dandy's World. Either or.
I'm good with either. I don't know if y'all could play Dandy's World though.
Okay.
I got Roblox, but I have never really played it.
Okay, so maybe
Oh,
we
the
do
account.
Phasmo and then we can do Dandy's World with
Yeah.
Yale off stream.
Yeah,
The only
teach me.
well, that's not the reason why. There is a butterfly character.
Oh, Flutter, I forgot.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm trying to get used to like.
I'm gonna be so honest.
playing.
I got Flutter one other time and like I saw them for 2 seconds and then like I feel like you don't really see the characters as often as you may think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's also like
And yeah.
I just want
Yes?
to where.
No?
oh, I thought I was interrupting. It's
No.
also like really cartoony, like the type that you said
Mhm.
is like usually okay.
Yeah, that should be okay. Like it's usually like a really realistic, you know.
That bother.
Is
I
it-
just wanted
Yeah,
to make sure that you're
yeah,
aware.
yeah. Of course.
Character here.
You're good. You're good.
Water.
Water.
I can't believe we made it 5. Like 5 chapters is fucking considerable.
No, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
And isn't that like 20% of the whole book
Mm-hmm.
or something?
I do
Like,
think while you're reading, I think that's when I'll leave and get food, but I have my headphones on. So I'll be able to hear and I'll pay
Yeah,
attention.
you pay attention. Yeah, you pay attention.
But that way chat can be entertained
Yeah.
while I leave and eat.
Okay. Are we ready, kids?
lock in.
Okay, chat, be nice.
Chapter 5.
Here's Dobby.
not the problem. Rip. I grit my teeth as Venia, a woman with aqua hair and gold tattoos above her eyebrows, yanks a strip of fabric from my leg, tearing out the hair beneath it. Sorry, she pipes in her silly capital accent. You're just so hairy. Why do these people speak in such a high pitch? Why do their jaws barely open when they talk? Why do the ends of their sentences go up as if they're asking a question? Odd vowels, clipped words, and a hiss on the letter S. No wonder it's impossible not to mimic them. Venia makes what's supposed to be a sympathetic face. Good news, though. This is the last one. Ready? I get a grip on the edges of the table I'm seated on and nod. The final swath of leg hair is uprooted in a painful jerk. I've been in the remake center for more than 3 hours, and I still haven't met my stylist. Apparently, he has no interest in seeing me until Venya and the other members of my prep team have addressed some of the obvious problems. This has included scrubbing down my body using a gritty loam that has removed not only dirt, but at least 3 layers of skin, turning my nails into uniform shapes, and primarily ridding my body of hair. My legs, arms, torso, underarms, and parts of my eyebrows have been stripped of the muff, leaving me like a plucked bird ready for roasting. I don't like it. My skin feels sore and tingling and intensely vulnerable, but I have kept my side of the bargain with Hamish, and no objection has crossed my lips. You're doing very well, says some guy named Flavius. He gives his orange corkscrew locks a shake and applies a fresh coat of purple lipstick to his mouth. If there's one thing we can't stand, it's a whiner. Grease her down. Benny and Octavia, a plump woman whose entire body has been dyed a pale shade of pea green, rub me down with a lotion that first stings but then soothes my raw skin. Then they pull me from the table, removing the thin robe I've been allowed to wear on and off. I stand there, completely naked, as the three of them circle me, wielding tweezers to remove any last bits of hair. I know I should be embarrassed, but they're so unlike people that I'm no more self conscious than if a trio of oddly colored birds were pecking around my feet. The three step back and admire their work. Excellent! You almost look like a human being now, says Flavius, and they all laugh. I force my lips into a smile to show how grateful I am. I say sweetly. We don't have much cause to look nice in District 12. This wins them over completely. Of course you don't, you poor darling, says Octavia, clasping her hands together in distress for me. But don't worry, says Venya. By the time Sin is through with you, you'll be absolutely gorgeous. We promise. You know, now that we've gotten rid of all the hair and filth, you're not horrible at all, says Flavius encouragingly. Let's call Cinna. They dart out of the room. It's hard to hate my prep team. They're such total idiots, and yet, in an odd way, I know they're sincerely trying to help me. I look at the cold white walls and floor and resist the impulse to retrieve my robe, but the Cinna, my stylist, will surely make me remove it at once. Instead, my hands go to my hairdo, the one area of my body the prep team had been told to leave alone. My fingers stroke the silky braids my mother so carefully arranged. My mother. I left her blue dress and shoes on the floor of my train car, never thinking about retrieving them, of trying to hold on to a piece of her, of home. Now I wish I had. The door opens and a young man who must be Cinna enters. I'm taken aback by how normal he looks. Most of the stylists they interviewed on television are so dyed, stenciled, and surgically altered they're grotesque, but Cinna's close-cropped hair appears to be its natural shade of brown. He's in a simple black shirt and pants. The only concession to self-alteration seems to be metallic gold eyeliner that has been applied with a light hand. It brings out the flecks of gold in his green eyes. And despite my disgust with the capital and their hideous fashions, I can't help thinking how attractive he looks. Hello, Katniss. I'm Cinna, your stylist, he says in a quiet voice, somewhat lacking in the capital's affection. Hello, I venture cautiously. Just give me a moment, alright? He asks.
You know, I agree. Cinna is
He walks
attractive,
around my
Katniss.
naked body, not touching me, but taking in every inch with his eyes. I resist the urge to cross my arms over my chest. Who did your hair? My mother, I say. It's beautiful. Classic, really. In an almost perfect balance with your profile. She has very clever fingers, he says. I had expected someone flamboyant, someone older trying desperately to look young, someone who viewed me as a piece of meat to be prepared for a platter. Cinna had met none of those expectations. You're new, aren't you? I don't think I've seen you before, I say. Most of the stylists are familiar, constants in the ever-changing pool of tributes. Some have been around my whole life. Yes, this is my first year in the game, says Cinna. So they gave you District 12, I say. Newcomers generally end up with us, the least desirable district. I asked for District 12, he says without further explanation. Why don't you put on your robe and we'll have a chat? Pulling on my robe, I follow him through the door into a sitting room. 2 red couches face off over a low table. 3 walls are blank, the 4th is entirely glass, providing a window to the city. I can see by the light that it must be around noon, although the sunny sky has turned overcast. Cinna invites me to sit
Sunny
on one of the
Mansion?
couches and takes his place across from me. He
Sunny
presses a
Mansion?
button on the
What?
side of the table. The top splits, and from below rises a second tabletop that holds our lunch. Chicken and chunks of oranges cooked in a creamy sauce laid on a bed of pearly white grain. Tiny green peas and onions, rolls shaped like flowers, and for dessert, a pudding the color of honey. I try to imagine assembling this meal myself back home. Chickens are too expensive, but I could make do with a wild turkey. And I'd need to shoot a second turkey to trade for an orange. Goat's milk would have to substitute the cream. We can grow peas in the garden. I'd have to get wild onions from the woods. I don't recognize the grain. Our own tessera ration cooks down to an unattractive brown mush. Fancy rolls would mean another trade with the baker,
Sunny Spin.
perhaps
It's so
through
cute.
2 or
So
3
cute.
squirrels.
I love the
As for the
Sunny
pudding,
Spin.
I can't even guess what it is. Days of hunting and gathering for this
I
one
thought
meal,
about
and even
like
then it would be a
getting
poor substitution
Sunny
for the
emotes for
capital
the
version.
channel,
What must it be like, I wonder, to live in a
but
button where
I don't
food
know why I
appears
never
at the
did
press
it.
of a button?
I don't know.
How would I
Is
spend the
that
hours I now
something you guys
commit
would be
to
interested
combing the woods
in?
for
Sunny
sustenance if it were
emotes?
so
Because
easy to
I
come by?
totally will.
What do they do all day, these people in the capital, besides decorating their bodies and waiting around for a new shipment of tributes to roll in and die for their entertainment? I look up and find Cinna's eyes trained on mine. How despicable we must seem to you, he says. Has he seen this in my face or somehow read my thoughts? He's right, though. The whole rotten lot of them is despicable.
Oh,
No
Jenny,
matter,
thank
says
you so
Cinna.
much.
So,
Thank you so much for
Katniss,
coming,
about
and
your
I
costume
appreciate
for
you
the
so
opening
much.
ceremonies. My
Get back,
partner,
get back.
Portia,
Thank
is the
you, thank
stylist for your fellow
you.
tribute PETA. And our current thought is to dress you in complimentary costumes,
Oh
says
wait, I
Cinna.
forgot. Let me
And you
put it
know,
up.
it's customary to reflect the flavor of the
Chapter 5.
district. Oh, bye, Jenny! Love you, Jenny! Bye, Nosy!
Here we go.
We're almost done, guys. We got this. Y'all watch watch the VOD. For the opening
Yeah, just
ceremonies,
watch
you're
the
supposed to
VOD.
wear something that suggests your district's principal industry. District 11, agriculture. District 4, fishing. District 3, factories. This means that coming from District 12, Peeta and I will be in some kind of coal miners getup. Since the baggy miners' jumpsuits are not usually becoming, our tributes usually end up in skimpy outfits and hats with headlamps. One year, our tributes were stark naked and covered in black powder to represent coal dust.
What?
It's always dreadful and does nothing to win favor
Wait,
with the crowd.
what? Sorry.
Yes.
I don't mean to pause you there. But
No,
what?
yes. Yes.
They were naked?
Yes.
Why?
Because
That happens
there
more often
is
than you think?
capital. Yes. We see at least why, like, this is a reference that she makes at some point in someone in this book still in the interview dresses when we get there. One tribute has a see-through dress. That is something that happens, and that is a problem in the capital. These children are in fact sexualized. And if you think back on the comment that Katniss made earlier, when Haymitch said, "You guys will be attractive enough by the time that they're done with you," and Katniss makes a note that tributes that are good looking always tend to have more sponsors.
Dude.
Yeah, no, like the capital's awful. Like there's a reason that it's stressed.
No, like, I know
the
that they're
younger.
bad. I know that they're bad. Like, I know that. But then it's just like the more that I do hear about it, I'm just like, oh my god. Like, I didn't think it could get worse, but then it gets worse.
No,
Mhm.
Yeah.
it's
Ew.
bad.
Yep.
Okay.
Doesn't get any better from here.
Continue.
So I'll be in a coal miner outfit, I ask, hoping it won't be indecent. Not exactly. You see, Portia and I think that coal miner thing's very overdone. No one will remember you in that. And we both see it as our job to make the District 12 tributes unforgettable, says Cinna. I'll be naked for sure, I think. So rather than focus on the coal mining itself, we're going to focus on the coal, says Cinna. Naked and covered in black dust, I think. And what do we do with coal?
Wait, she's kind of funny.
We burn it, said Cinna. You're not afraid of fire, are you, Katniss? He sees my expression and grins. A few hours later, I am dressed in what will either be the most sensational or deadliest costume in the opening ceremonies. I'm in a simple black unitard that covers me from ankle to neck. Shiny leather boots lace up my knees. But it's the fluttering cape made of streaks of orange, yellow, and red, and the matching headpiece that defines the costume. Cinna plans to light them on fire just before our chariot rolls onto the streets. It's not a real flame, of course, just a little synthetic fire portion I came up with. You'll be perfectly safe, he says. But I'm not convinced I won't be perfectly barbecued by the time we reach the city center. My face is relatively clear of makeup, just a bit of highlighting here and there. My hair has been brushed out and then braided down my back in my usual style. I want the audience to recognize you when you're in the arena, says Cinna dreamily. Katniss, the girl who was on fire. It crosses my mind that Cinna's calm and normal demeanor masks a complete madman. Despite this morning's revelation about Peeta's
Wait, why
character,
is
I'm
Katniss's commentary
actually relieved
actually
when he
really
shows
funny?
up, dressed in an identical costume. He should know about fire, being a baker's boy and all. His stylist Portia and her team accompany him in, and everyone is absolutely giddy with excitement over what a splash will make. Except Cinna. He just seems a bit wary as he accepts congratulations. We're whisked down to the bottom level of the Remake Center, which is essentially a gigantic stable. The opening ceremonies are about to start. Pairs of tributes are being loaded onto chariots pulled by teams of 4 horses. Ours are coal black. The animals are so well trained, no one even needs to guide their reins. Cinna and Portia direct us into the chariot and carefully arrange our body positions, the drape of our capes, before moving off to consult with each other. What do you think? I whispered to Peeta. About the fire. I'll rip off your cape if you'll rip off mine, he says through gritted teeth. Deal, I say. Maybe if we can get them off soon enough, we'll avoid the worst burns. It's bad though. They'll throw us into the arena no matter what condition we're in. I know we promised Haymitch would do exactly what he said, but I don't think he considered this angle. Where is Haymitch anyway? Isn't he supposed to protect us from this sort of thing, says Peeta. With all that alcohol in him, it's probably not advisable to have him around an open flame, I say. And suddenly we're both laughing. I guess we're both so nervous about the games, and more pressingly, terrified of actually being turned into human torches, we're not acting sensibly. The opening music begins. It's easy to hear, blasted around the Capitol. Massive doors slide open, revealing the crowd-lined streets. The ride lasts about 20 minutes and ends at the city's circle, where they will welcome us, play the anthem, and escort us into the training center, which will be our home/prison until the games begin. The tributes from District 1 ride out in a chariot pulled by snow-white horses. They look so beautiful, spray-painted silver in tasteful tunics glittering with jewels. District 1 makes luxury items for the capital. You can hear the roar of their crowd. They're always favorites. District 2 gets into position to follow them. In no time at all, we are approaching the door, and I could see that between the overcast sky and evening hour, the light is turning
You
gray.
come up?
The tributes from District 11 are just rolling out when Sin appears with a lighted torch. Here we go then,
Scooby.
he says, and before we can react, he sets our capes on fire. I gasp, waiting for the heat, but there is only a faint tickling sensation. Cinna climbs up before us and ignites our headdresses. He lets out a sign of relief.
Scorpy.
It works. Then he gently tucks a hand under my chin. Remember, heads high.
And goodbye.
Smiles, they're going to love you. Cinna jumps off the chariot and has one last idea. He shouts something at us, but the music drowns him out. He shouts again and gestures. What's he saying? I ask Peeta.
Mac
For the
and
first
cheese?
time, I look at him and realize that ablaze with the fake flames, he is dazzling, and I must be too. I think he said for us to hold hands, says Peeta. He grabs my right hand with his left, and we look to Cinna for confirmation. He nods and gives us a thumbs up, and that's the last thing I see before we enter the city. The crowd's initial alarm at our appearance quickly changes to cheers and shouts of District 12. Every head is turned our way, pulling the focus from the three chariots ahead of us. At first, I'm frozen, but then I catch sight of us on a large television screen, and I am floored by how breathtaking we look. In the deepening twilight, the firelight ignites our faces.
Twilight mention.
We seem to be leaving a trail of fire off the flowing capes. Cinna was right about the minimal makeup. We both look more attractive, but utterly recognizable. Remember, heads high, smiles, they're going to love you. I hear Cinna's voice in my head. I lift my chin a bit higher, put on my most winning smile, and wave with my free hand. I'm glad now I have Peter to clutch on for balance. He's so steady, solid like a rock. As I gain confidence, I actually blow a few kisses to the crowd. The people of the capital are going nuts, showering us with flowers, shouting our names, our first names, which they have bothered to find on the program. The pounding music, the cheers, the admiration work their way into my blood, and I can't suppress my excitement. Cinna has given me a great advantage. No one will forget me. Not my look, not my name. Katniss. The was on fire. For the first time, I feel a flicker of hope rising up in me. Surely there must be one sponsor willing to take me on, and with a little extra help, some food, the right weapon, why should I count myself out of the games? Someone throws me a red rose. I catch it, give it a delicate sniff, and blow a kiss back in the general direction of the giver. 100 hands reach up to catch my kiss, as if it were a real intangible thing. Katniss, Katniss! I can hear my name being called from all sides. Everyone wants my kisses. It's not until we enter the city circle that I realize I must have completely stopped the circulation in Peeta's hand. That's how tightly I've been holding it. I look down at our linked fingers as I loosen my grasp, but he regains his grip on me.
She
No,
makes me
don't let go
giggle.
of me, he says. The firelight flickers off his blue eyes. Please, I might fall off this thing. Okay, I say. So I keep holding on, but I can't help but feeling strange about the way Cinna has linked us together. It's not really fair to present us as a team and then lock us into the arena to kill each other. The 12 chariots fill the loop of the city circle. On the buildings that surround the circle, every window is packed with the most prestigious citizens of the capital. Our horses pull the chariot up to President Snow's mansion, and we come up to a halt. The music ends with a flourish. The president, a small, thin man with paper white hair, gives us the official welcome from a balcony above us. It is traditional to cut away to the faces of the tributes during the speech, but I can see on the screen that we are getting way more than our share of airtime. The darker it becomes, the more difficult it is to take your eyes off of our flickering. When the national anthem plays, they do make an effort to do a quick cut around to each pair of tributes, but the camera holds onto the District 12 chariot as it parades across the circle one final time and disappears into the training center. The doors have only just shut behind us as we're engulfed by the prep teams, who are nearly unintelligible as they babble out praise. As I glance around, I notice a lot of the other tributes are shooting us dirty looks, which confirms what I've suspected. We've literally outshone them all. Then Cinna and Portia are there, helping us down from the chariots, carefully removing our flaming capes and headdresses. Portia extinguishes them with some kind of a spray from a canister. I realize I'm still glued to Peeta and force my stiff fingers to open. We both massage our hands. Thanks for keeping hold of me. I was getting a little shaky there, says Peeta.
Oh, as
It
you're
didn't
about to
show, I
play.
tell him. I'm sure no one noticed. I'm sure they didn't notice anything but you. You should wear flames more often, he says. They suit you.
Oh my god, Peeta, I
And
love
then he gives
him.
me a smile that seems so genuinely sweet, with just the right touch of shyness that unexpected warmth rushes through me. A warning bell goes off in my head. Don't be so stupid. Peeta is planning how to kill you, I remind myself. He is luring you in to make
Girl.
you easy prey. The more likable he is, the more deadly he is. But because two can play at this game, I stand on my tiptoes
No,
and
he's
kiss his
planning
cheek,
how to kiss
right on his
you.
bruise.
Wait, like, why does
And
he
that is the
have
end of chapter 5.
so much Riz? I'm
Let's
already in love
go.
with Peeta.
I told you!
I think I'm in love with him. Like, it's bad.
He's so sweet. He's so freaking funny.
He's
Aww.
so funny.
He's just a cutie
I love
patootie. He's just a cutie baby.
I
Yeah.
also I'm so sorry, but I love Katniss so much, but he's like giving her a sincere compliment, and she's like, he's trying to kill you. And I'm like,
He
girl,
wants to murder me. That's
girl.
crazy. Wow.
It's so fucking funny to me.
He's so like they're just so silly. They're just so silly. She's so silly.
Dude, the last couple things I forget exactly what it was, but it really made me like giggle. Like that chapter really made me giggle because of just the shit she was saying. Oh, one of
Oh,
them was like the fact that she was like, wait, why? Basically like, wait, Senna's kind of hot. And I was like, wait, like girl. Me too. I get it.
oh, ads. Eat your ads.
That's
Um,
I don't know why.
no, but
I
it's so.
bunch.
Is it wrong of me to think that Cinna always like he doesn't feel straight?
No, he
No.
definitely gives fruit.
Mhm.
But like
Like
I
I
can
can't
admit
see him
that
with a
he
woman.
he is attractive, you know.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Like he's very attractive, like a very attractive man.
Mhm.
I just I don't know why. I've always thought like
I
Yeah,
also
he
he reads
doesn't.
his mind to me.
yeah.
I was gonna say
Oh,
if he's anything, probably bi, but I don't see him really being with a woman. You know?
I do. I can see that. But he feels to me. I will say this:
Maybe.
he feels polyamorous to me.
yes.
He'd have a
Oh,
Mhm.
boyfriend and a girlfriend. I'm like, that feels correct.
A
that feels.
throuple.
Also,
It's
we
funny
are
because I
in
was
chapter
bi.
6, and we are more than halfway. So, the books are separated into 3 acts. So, the Hunger Games is separated into the tributes, the games, and the victor.
Mhm.
There are 9 chapters in the tributes. We are going to, we did 5 of them. So, like, we're almost to the games. 4 chapters to
Oh
be
my
honest.
goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my
Mhm.
goodness.
Yeah.
So, how do we feel? Like, do we want to do another book club?
I
Yeah.
listen. If not on stream, we are not leaving until we finish this goddamn book. Like, even if it's not on stream, I'm doing this. I'm grabbing all of you. No, but like, and we're doing this.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe we can get a poll running. I love book club.
We should wait until the ads are done
I
and
know.
ask.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, ad break ended. Hey guys. Hey
Okay,
guys.
what is everyone's thoughts on book club? How do you feel about book
I
club?
will say I do agree that book club on weekends and yeah, we can if it's on weekends it can definitely be earlier.
Yeah.
Yes.
But if it's during weekdays it has to be around the time that we did. But I don't think I can do a 5 hour stream late.
Maybe like couple hours, 3 maybe.
Yeah, like a
Yeah.
couple hours earlier.
It's
Because
kind of
here's the
be,
thing.
yeah.
Usually I'm gonna be leaving work at around 6 my time, so anything like after 7, I'm 7 and
Uh-huh.
like 7:30.
Oh, thank you for the poll. Thank you for the poll. Vote in the poll.
Yeah.
Vote in it. Vote
Voted
in
it.
it.
Like I had a blast, and I'm doing better. Like my voice didn't go out, so I'm cool.
No, you're
I'm like,
amazing, and so many people did say earlier that they're gonna need you to make an audiobook. So
Mhm.
Anna is usually
listen
free around
again.
3 p.m. your time, right? Thank you for the for the conversion, Dallas.
If we do
I
these, or
just
if we
nodded
do
my
more
head
book
and
club,
agreed. More book
if we do
club.
more book club, and we like get to the end of it, someone just clip together and make like you make your own audiobook. I allow it.
There you go. You have Anna's permission. Just clip it together. It's gonna be a lot of my face being like, la, la. No, but you know.
No, but like I really enjoyed it. Like I'm curious to know what the race thought of it. But like I really enjoyed because first of
Mhm.
all, I love sharing things that I love with my friends, and
Mhm.
this is like the best way to do it because I know you're not gonna read it, so
No.
I will read it to you.
Yeah. And I'm
And
loving it.
I'm loving watching. Like I'm loving watching you put together pieces of this that make you understand what we have been saying.
Yeah.
Um, because it's a very different experience. I do think that the movies try their best.
Yeah.
Um,
See, like, I'm not gonna hate on the movies. I love all the movies, but the thing is like with the books, it just gives you that little more detail that they wish that they had.
Yeah, and having Katniss's perspective of everything.
On an audiobook
I did.
featuring live Ryan reaction. That's basically what this is. It's Anna
Honestly,
reading it and my actual reaction, which, to be fair, it's very hard for me to hide my facial expressions. So, like, usually my facial expressions is whatever I'm thinking. So,
dude.
Yeah.
Also,
I wrote about. Oh,
I was just gonna say, by the way, going back to one thing, we will talk more about like the way that the Capitol treats not only like the tributes as like when it comes to like the beauty aspect, but like the victors as well later, because
Yeah.
that is like a big thing that happens like later in the series.
Yeah.
they want more book club.
Listen, I'm down for more book
let's
club. I think
go.
that I had a blast. I think that it's really fun to like share.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think that it's like really fun to be able to like look at this with a critical lens at the end. Like we're like, okay, these are the things in chapters, and we're like, okay, we're tying this, this, and this together. I think that's super fun, and I'm down. Like, especially on the like on a weekend, give me coffee and I'm good. I'm good to go.
Oh my god, I want coffee. I want coffee and cheesecake.
I could go for cheesecake right now.
Dude, guys,
Dude,
maybe we should all
cheesecake.
order
What the-
cheesecake one day and just like all like.
We should.
I can always go for cheesecake,
Should
dude.
we all like
Dude,
order
I love.
cheesecake one day, like during book club, and all like eat some
We
coffee and
could
cheesecake?
eat cheesecake during book club.
Is that gonna be our thing?
Ooh,
I
Wait,
honestly would.
a treat.
like a sweet treat of some
Oh,
kind, like
Yeah,
book
sweet treat.
treat.
Mhm.
I don't like
Book
cheesecake
blip, blip,
most of the
blip.
time, Bells.
Book treat.
Well, I like cheesecake. To be fair, cheesecake is just that. It's good. It's the sort of thing that like you're
Cheesecake
good.
book club.
Cheesecake book club.
So trimmer.
Dude,
I did write about
Change to
little
the.
notes.
Oh, what'd you say?
Oh, I wrote little notes during the arriving to like everyone's eyes. Like, it's very interesting to hear what Katniss thinks. While in the movie, it's just you like trying to read how she's feeling, but in the book, she's like actually expressing all the like
Right.
thoughts, how
The
she's feeling, like all the like on the mud, and then feeling like crying, but also she's feeling hopeful when like
yeah.
there's the caught on fire bits. It's so interesting.
Right, and it's also interesting because I feel like when she is
Actually,
on the chariot scene in the
yeah,
movies, like there's no expression there, but in the books, there's like
yeah.
she's like, she's saying she's excited, she's like waving back, she's blowing
Mm-hmm.
kisses to them, but then yet in the movie, it's like she's like I'm
She
scared.
feels really performative. Yeah,
Yeah.
like she's just there to survive
Same thing with
the
PETA too. Like
moments.
I feel like if anything, if they weren't gonna
Yeah.
give PETA that, like if you're gonna not give PETA that like Riz, you can at least give him a little bit of his charismatic, like because like to me he, you know what I mean, like I don't feel like he was that. Don't get me wrong, like we had that one scene on the train
he's
where
so
he was
mean.
waving to everybody, but I feel like that on the
Mm-hmm.
chariot could have been done more as well.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So charismatic. This is something that literally Katniss talks about so much in the book series. Like, not a big spoiler either. She talks about it so much. He is so incredibly charismatic.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna see it
Mm-hmm.
soon. We're gonna see it very, very
I'm
soon.
already loving it.
But like
Because
I'm loving it.
his
PETA
charisma level is
Yes.
and I think that's what separates. There's a lot of things that separate PETA and Katniss, but the difference is that PETA knows how to play the game inherently.
PETA
PETA
is Lucy
knows how to play the
Greybeard.
game.
PETA is Lucy Greybeard.
And Katniss
And
said
Katniss-
reading this to Jaina Splint.
Yes, yes. Yes. Wait,
Oh,
Yoli, have you
but I think
seen
it's super
Ballad?
fascinating.
The latest one.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Latest
Ballad
book
and
was
the
thing.
Oh, not the book.
No,
I
the
mean
movie.
The
the
movie.
Ballad and the
Yeah.
Snakes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
most
that one.
recent.
Yes, I have. Yeah, I
Okay.
haven't seen it. I
I
have.
will say, if we get around to reading Ballad, first of all,
We better.
God help
I'm
me.
really interested.
First of all, God help me, because Coriolanus Snow does not make it easy to deal with his brain chemistry. But also, I think that it's going to be such a fascinating experience because I will say this:
Mhm.
I think that they did their best adapting The Hunger Games, Catching Fire, and Mockingjay. I think that Mockingjay, for like as much as they fucking like, it's two movies, and there's still a lot of things that were cut and changed. But I get it, right? I understand to an extent the changes that were made and why. I will say this, and this is a controversial opinion. I think that the actors did an amazing job with the material that they were given for Ballad. I think that the movie is a piss poor adaptation. The movie is a really bad adaptation. Like really bad. And I feel like the actors did amazing. It's beautifully acted. Like that is hands down. They embody the characters that they are meant to play.
Mm-hmm.
But as an adaptation, it's really like it's so rushed. It's so
Yeah.
rushed. Like
I need them to release
really,
the extended version.
I'm gonna be honest. It worries me. Like I think that Ballad should have been two movies, and I like if they were going to go for
Yeah.
that, either a series or two movies. And I think that Sunrise, I'm very worried about, because if Ballad was always going to be hard to adapt because
Mhm.
Ballad I think has 29 chapters versus all the others that have 27, and Ballad is just a very like Coriolanus Snow does not shut the fuck up. Um, it's just a long book, and not long just the size of it. It's there's a lot in there, right? There's a
Mhm.
lot in there. But Sunrise has so many more details that I'm really worried about the movie adaptation. I think it's going to be wonderfully acted because the casting is already it's always fucking amazing.
I
But
know.
I'm
You know.
worried
You
about
know
the
when
adaptation.
McKenna Grace is in a movie, they're gonna eat and they're gonna slay.
I'm not ready for Sunrise. I'm not emotionally prepared. I'm not emotionally prepared for any of this.
I am so excited about all of the casting that they did for that movie in particular because it's loaded.
It
Yeah.
is.
It is.
I will
I'm
say
so
one thing,
excited.
and the Bells feels more strongly about this than I do. Elle Fanning was not my preferred casting
Don't.
for Effie.
I
Uh-oh.
love Elle Fanning.
This is so controversial.
I really wanted Margaret Qualley. I think like if we're gonna get anyone, like I was really rooting for Margaret Qualley. I think Elle Fanning is gonna do an amazing job, but I was like crossing my fingers for Margaret Qualley.
Listen. I understand, and I know how Bells feels about Elle Fanning, but I feel strongly the opposite about Elle Fanning.
She's not
I
doing anything.
love Elle Fanning. Literally watch everything that Elle Fanning has ever been in.
She's gonna do great. Like I really do think she's gonna do amazing. I'm curious. Like I'm really interested in Joseph Zada's Haymitch. And that was great casting. There's been amazing casting done all.
Yeah. I just yeah.
And I'm listen. We will get to Sun. If we're gonna continue doing book club, here's the thing. If we did this once, and if we are going to continue doing it, we're going all the way to the prequels. Like we're not gonna
Okay.
if we get in this train, we're just gonna go. Because now I need to read you guys Sunrise. So we need to make it through all of them.
Oh god, I'm not emotionally prepared to deal with Sunrise.
I have not been emotionally prepared with Sunrise since the moment I started reading it. To be fair, I'm not emotionally prepared to like
Exciting.
This is my first reread after reading Sunrise, and it's so fascinating. The amount of little details that I picked up already are so fascinating.
I'm so
So
excited.
fascinating.
I'm so excited. But because we did our movie marathon, this is me and Eniga and Belle's finish ballad. This is me making watch the movie.
Yes,
Yay! We can watch the movie.
I
can't wait.
will do it for you. Because here's the thing. Oh god, they did such a good. Like, I feel so bad because they did such a good. Like, the actors are acting their asses off. They're serving. They're absolutely serving. But like, there's so much that was cut.
Rachel Zegler did so good.
She was a great Lucy Gray. She was a great Lucy Gray. And you know what? Props to her for the accent, because something that is said in the books, and they still have accents. And Suzanne Collins, when she does readings, she reads Katniss like everyone from 12 with an Appalachian accent.
Really?
Yeah, they all have that accent. They're all supposed to have that accent. It's really funny because Katniss in Catching Fire, this isn't a spoiler, but she mentions that Finnick has an accent. And I remember I was talking to Bells about it the other day, and I was like, "What accent would Finnick have?" And Bells was like, "Maybe they probably a California one. She doesn't know. She's everyone around her speaks with an Appalachian accent.
Yeah.
It's so fun, and it also like it's such interesting.
Oh my god, Finnick as a California dude is so fucking funny to think about.
I mean, he is. Bro, just chilling in the California.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, I can't wait for Finnick O'Dare. Oh, I can't wait for you to experience Book
I'm
Finnick.
scared. I'm scared.
Oh my god.
Book
I'm
Finnick
scared.
is so funny. Book Finnick is fucking hilarious.
I can't
God, now I'm
wait to
starting
get to the part where Candace thinks that Peta and Finnick are kissing.
It's so funny.
I can't wait to
Like,
experience that.
Catching Fire, it makes me remember that there was a lot of really funny shit. Here's the thing, the movies went a lot harder on the drama than they went into the like really funny parts. Because there's so many funny parts with in all of the book. Well, Mockingjay less so. A little bit. There's some really funny parts. There's a really funny scene that I know that they filmed, but it was a cut scene that I don't think we ever got in Mockingjay between Finnick and Katniss. That's fucking hilarious. But like Finnick and Mockingjay, they filmed it. We just never got it. But the books are a lot funnier than people give them credit for, because between Katniss's inner like monologue, which gets so funny once you start to understand how wrong she is about her read on people.
Yeah.
Because it gets fucking ridiculous, and I love it because you know this, she doesn't, and it's endearing, and it's so fucking funny. Because again, she's kissing Peeta on the cheek on his bruise to be like, "You can play at this game. I also can kill you," and I'm like, girl.
Are you serious? She's like, "I'm gonna kiss you," but really it's like...
I'm gonna reread... Oh, for our mark. I'm gonna reread you the last couple, like the last 3 paragraphs of the last chapter. I'm sure they didn't notice anything but you. You should wear flames more often, he says. They suit you. And then he gives me a smile that seems so genuinely sweet, with just the right touch of shyness that unexpected warmth rushes through me. A warning bell goes off in my head. Don't be so stupid. Peeta is planning how to kill you, I remind myself. He is luring you in to make you easy prey. The more likable he is, the more deadly he is. But because 2 can play at this game, I stand on my tiptoes and kiss his cheek right on his bruise. Girl! Girl!
Low key, she sue me.
But the thing is, and that's the fucking hilarious part of it, is that she has all of this like inner dialogue, and she's like fucking paranoid with good reason. Like, I'm not saying she doesn't have a good reason, she does, but as a grown adult reading this, it's hilarious. And especially like even when you get to Catching Fire, it's so funny because in this book she's like, everyone's out to kill me, and in the next book she's like, everyone's out to kill Peeta. And she's just like, it is the exact same thought process, but just instead of her worrying about herself, it's her worrying about Peeta. And it's a whole book of like, Peeta, 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 Peeta.
Oh my
It's just
god.
an entire
I'm
monologue.
having a realization right now.
What?
I'm Katniss and Moo's Peeta.
Yeah.
Mainly because Bells goes, she's so mean. It's okay, I think he likes that about her.
Is a little bit Peeta Millard coded, I'm not gonna lie to you. And by a bit, I actually am
goodness.
not.
I fear so.
Dude, wait, wait. Are you cooking?
Yay.
Are you cooking?
It makes so much sense. It's why we pointed that out way back in the old server. No, because
I
like
am Peeta. I am Peeta.
oh well, Anna is also Peeta. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Listen.
Dude, you're. The thing is that
Shrug.
like, dude, if PETA was like rolling charisma, like if we were in a D&D session, PETA would be rolling nat 20s on charisma every single time. Like, bro, that charisma stat is high.
And it's not, and the thing about Peeta, and we're gonna see this going into the next few chapters, it's not just that he's charismatic, because he could just be charismatic and that be enough. He's so smart.
Yeah.
He has a read on people because Katniss has a lot of like these survival skills, and Katniss is the way she pays attention when we get to the arena. And I think it's really interesting, and that's the only comparison I'm going to make because we now have two people's perspective of an arena, right? We have Katniss's and we have Haymitch's. And I will say that Katniss, the way that Katniss pays attention in the arena, blows like Haymitch, no idea what's happening at any point. He only kind of figures it out when he's having to pay attention or when it hits him in the face. Katniss is deeply aware of everything. Katniss is, again, she's very autistic. She needs to get in, she needs to get out. She is paying attention.
Yeah.
Like survival is her area.
Mm-hmm.
She knows how to play the game in the most crude of senses. Peeta knows how to play the game outside of the arena. Peeta knows what to say and when to say it, and he knows when he knows how to cover things, and he knows how to like. He's an incredible, and I think that people don't say this enough about Peeta. Peeta's an incredibly manipulative. Like he can be incredibly manipulative, and you see that when he talks to Caesar, for example. Like he is pulling all the right strings. He knows how to play the game. And that is actually incredibly interesting when we think about the fact that Peeta is a child that is a victim of abuse.
Yeah.
And it's really unfortunate, but when you connect those two dots, it makes a lot of sense. His awareness of people, and you see that Katniss, and I think that's one big fundamental difference between them. Katniss talks, when Katniss recalls that day with the bread, she makes a point to say that her parents never hit her. She has never experienced that sort of violence. Her PTSD, her trauma, her experiences come from starvation, right? They come from lacking resources. They come from, a sheer sense of survival. So the thing that she becomes prolific at, the thing that she is good at, the thing that is her thing is sustenance, is survival. The only things that Katniss is like really descriptive about up until now are food. Like that is very much, and that's going to continue to be a thing. And then you have Peeta, who he wasn't starving, but he was a victim of abuse, and you do see that as a lot of victims of abuse, the thing that he perfected, the thing that became his survival, wasn't hunting, but it was reading people and knowing how to try to manipulate situations to make himself likable, to make himself palatable, to make himself charming in a way that was going to keep him safe. And it's really sad, but it is a really interesting way that is very subtly done, and that you need to be a grown adult with info. Like, you need to have this idea and this like lens of it to realize that it is deeply connected with the trauma that they've experienced. It's really interesting. Yeah, it's survivalist trauma and people pleasing trauma, very much so.
Another like thing that I was just thinking about now is that they both need each other for surviving the games. They can neither of them would have survived with because what PETA does is play the social game, and what Katniss does is play the surviving game. And they
Mhm.
both are very good at what they're doing, and they both keep each other alive in that sense. Because without PETA, they're Katniss probably would have gotten some things, but not nearly as much help. Like we'll see later, like not nearly as much help. Um, without him, and like,
No,
and he wouldn't survive. Like, he definitely would, without.
no, there was this one comment that someone made it ages ago that stuck with me. Is that Peeta and Katniss together make one tribute?
Yeah, I see that.
All the other bitches are having to do both. And these two are just like, you do one half, I do the other, I guess. I don't know.
Makes them
Yeah.
work so much together. It makes them work really
Honestly,
well.
that's why they like ended up saving each other at the end, because it's like they are the other half of each other that essentially would make up one tribute.
And that's why they're marketable, realistically, right?
I
Because
always,
we can't forget that at the end of the day, this is a television show.
It's giving odd to the odd numbers on the homework you do even. So true.
also, I'm just gonna say this now. I don't ever think that it was supposed to technically be like an actual love triangle. I think that we were always supposed to be like, no,
Oh,
PETA.
it wasn't.
I'm gonna be
It
so
wasn't.
honest here. Like, when I was younger, sure, I saw it that way, but then, like, when I got older and, like, continuously watched the movies, I never saw, like, to me, Gale, ugh, I hate him. I hate him.
I don't like it.
To me, Gale just seemed like, I want this because PETA wants this, and, like, you know what I mean? And, like, to me, it's just, Gale becomes this lonely puppy that just wants to follow
Yeah.
Katniss everywhere, you know?
Here's the thing. Gale, I will say this: Gale is a lot more insufferable in the books.
I'm so
Gale, the shit
scared.
that Gale pulls in the book crosses a lot of lines.
I'm
And
so
here's the thing:
scared.
I think that people have a lot of criticism of Gale as a victim of a war, and there's a lot of things that I can. I will not say that in public. But I will use
I will
it's a
not.
inside word.
Inside
Um,
thoughts. Inside thoughts.
but there's a lot of bad faith criticism of Gale. But there is, I think that what people forget, and here's the thing: I don't hate Gale because of what his trauma leads him towards. I hate Gale because I think he's a piss poor friend and a piss poor excuse for a man. He is so much worse in the books.
Belle said
They
Anna
really
uses a
so
specific word for him that she won't say in public.
I'll say it in chat in our group chat. But I can't say that on Twitch. I can't say that on Twitch. They won't let me. But it's an accurate one.
It describes a man.
Like, but that's kind of the thing with Gale, right? The love triangle was never meant to be a love triangle. If I remember correctly, and I will look into this and let you guys know, but if I remember correctly, it was something that Suzanne Collins' publishers kind of nudged. Oh, I found a Gale edit to Menshaw that's very good. I'll send it to you guys.
I think you, is it new? Because I thought you showed me one.
I think I must have. There's a couple now. There's also some of Coriolanus though that are really funny.
Oh, I want to see that one.
But oh yeah. So Suzanne Collins' publishers, if I remember correctly, kind of nudged towards the love triangle because of the time that the books were coming out, and then the movie really amped up the love triangle. Because here's the thing: when you have access to Katniss's inner thoughts, and when you have access to how she feels about a couple of things that happen, you kind of get the sense that it's never a question. And it's never a question from the first book. Because Peta is life and Peta is sustenance. When she talks of like there's a huge symbolism in this entire series with bread. And with bread as life. Bread as sustenance, bread as life. Peta being tied to the dandelion in the spring
Me!
to be tied to hope.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's your cameo. Like it's never a question. It's always Peta, and it's always going to be Peta, and it was always going to be Peta. Gale is a friend and a comfort, but is there moments where there is confusion? Of course, this is a teenage girl, but it's very obvious that it is not a love triangle. It is very much. And even Peta and Katniss's love, like this is a story that goes far beyond that. And I think that during the 2012s, like people were so like it was a love triangle era. Everything had a love triangle. It was a love. We're tripping over love triangles, but like at the end of the day, Gil's just some guy, and I wish him well in hell. I don't.
Right.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't either.
But you're gonna hate him.
I know. I'm
are
scared. I'm scared because I don't want to hate him more. But like, you know how I am.
You'll I think that we have to wait until Catching Fire for him to start slowly becoming like he just becomes more.
Catching Fire starts and you're like,
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, no, it's bad.
Oh no. Okay, I'll be
It's
back.
worse than Mockingjay.
Okay. So guys, I know I still have like technically an hour and 30 minutes left, but I forgot that I have to be up really early tomorrow with the baby. So, I will finish the hour and 30 minutes and add that on to whatever stream I do next. Unfortunately, because I do have to be up really early tomorrow. So again, I really very much apologize, but I hope you guys really enjoyed like the book club that we did today. And if you guys want to continue doing this, please let me know. And it'll be it's so much fun. Thank you, Anna, for reading. It was so much fun. And I hope we can continue doing book club. I appreciate guys all your support and everything. Don't forget the commands. There you go. Oh, frick, I don't even know my own commands. There we go. There you go. Please check them out. And again, thank you all so much. I appreciate you guys for supporting me and everything. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye.